There we go! Look at those transitions. Let me get our timer started. Peace up. We should be good, all good to go, right? Yep, I see them at the top. And out of studio mode. Hi, welcome everyone. Now, I'm still waiting on my YouTube chat thingy to tell me that it's connected. It's not connected at the moment, but I still do have YouTube chat pulled up. So we're good to go in that aspect. I'll see it if it comes in. Aside from that though, how are you all doing? I'm excited. This week, well, no uploads has been a lot of progress. I've been trying to restructure all of my streaming content stuff. It's a little tricky since, well, I like streaming just because it's really easy and simple to tell when I'm interacting with people. With videos on YouTube, at least, it's a little harder just because it's hard to tell. Well, you see views and you see subscriptions, but it's hard to tell how people feel about certain things. So streaming's nice and fun because I can see and directly interact with you all. So it's like right now at the moment, it feels like streaming is up there in priorities. Like streaming, then content, then maybe shorts. I am hoping to at least get to... Okay, good, it's connected. Hello, Abo, welcome. Welcome indeedy. YouTube chat just connected. Oh, I can go ahead and press minus out of that. That's wonderful. But indeed, it's the thing of, it takes me... Well, I'm trying to spend less time on content, because the less time I spend on editing and scripting, the more time I can spend on doing things like drawing and art and programming and all the things I want to do. And right now, I have not drawn pixel art this last week. I'm a little rusty, but I'm hoping moving forward, the more I do this and the better I get at doing little things, little tweaks here, I'll be able to get better overall and quicker and faster. I'm hoping to maybe possibly even stream, right now the times are good, but they seem to be a little wonky sometimes. Some people say that it is a little bit too late for them for just time zone reasons. So I'm thinking maybe bumping it up a little bit earlier, but for me, I wake up at, when do I wake up? 9:30 a.m. on a good day, and I'm probably actually awake by 10:30. So as soon as I might be able to move my stream up would be probably 12 EST. AM or PM? I always get those two confused. The noon EST, whichever one that would be. So it'd be 2 hours earlier than 2. Which is nice. Oh, it could be nice. I don't know much yet, but we'll see. I gotta make sure I can actually wake up properly at those times. But overall, I'm excited. This is great. This is the, well, yeah, I'd say this is the first stream, and let me move this a little bit. This is the first stream where I will have, this is the first stream where I'll have combination of these things. If previously it's been pixel art and game dev, but this is for real now. An actual, I mean, it was before, but this time around it's a thing of we're gonna be making pixel art for my game. It's just exciting. That's why I'm really excited. They might be more so temporary. They're not permanent, as I'm always looking to change them, especially since they're just placeholders. But it's a step in the right direction, something I can put on screen and while I'm working on the game, and we'll go from there. So it'll be fun, it'll be exciting, and hoping it'll be a good time. I have, well, yeah, I've previously done, I can remember, previously done sprites. We covered sprites as well. Sprites I've put into a game, yes, I have done that. I did it for a game that eventually got corrupted, and so I wasn't able to continue it. But I do have, let me see if I can even pull that sprite up. Now, it's a game I was thinking about maybe doing next after this one. But I never, oh no, I did come up with a name, didn't I? It's called Careful Henry. Now, as for, oh no, I do have him here. Let me show ya, cause I like him. I think he's cute. He's an adorable little guy. Here, let me drag and drop. Oh, I don't see him. Hold on. Can I not show him? Sir Nail? I hope I said that right. Hello. Can't wait to see what you'll be doing today. Welcome back. Let's see. It won't let me drag and drop him, which is unfortunate. But he's there. Believe, trust, and that is the timer up. Up indeed, and I hope we'll get some progress done. And as I said, a little rusty since I haven't done it this past week, but we'll move on. We can do it, I am sure. And I'm excited. Let's go over to the screen. There we go. Stream plans are pretty simple. Let me pull them up so I can see them directly in front of me. Let's see, go here. And oh boy. Still trying to get just general positioning and everything figured out, but work in progress. Let's see, I go into this file, this file, this file. Nope. Okay, in that case, I'll just look at this screen and I'll pull it over. There, that works. Alright, so today's plans is as follows. We're gonna do our pixel art of the day. I'll talk a little bit about resources. We're gonna question what is a character template, inspirations I came up with for looking for it, and then we're just gonna create. And this stream will be a 3-parter. So we're gonna work on this today, tomorrow, and Sunday to hopefully make something, as I feel like this is a bit of a larger topic and I'm not sure if we'll be able to do everything today. 4 hours is not a long time. And with that said, let's go ahead and get into the start of the stream. And let me go over to concepts. I can grab my pen. Now this is concepts. Oh, in 1 second, let me go ahead and... Where are we at? Here. No more cup. Alright. Liking concepts? I like concepts. This is Pixel Art of the Day. It's a section of the stream I like to do where I take some art from Twitter. So in this case, it would be, I hope I'm saying this right, Nunion? Like an onion? I take art from Twitter, find someone I liked, and grab it, see, and we'll spend the next 5 minutes talking about maybe what we can parse from the pixel art, see what we can gather, see if there's anything we can try to discover. I think one of the best ways to get better at pixel art is looking at pixel art. So this is just an overall way to make sure, base ground, we're looking at something consistently. We're constantly getting input of pixel art. Let me go ahead and reset the timer. There we go. 5 minutes on board. These are some questions I thought it would be a little bit easier. Some base questions, I guess, examples questions. Let's start off with these. I think that'd be a little bit easier to get the ball rolling. Let me go ahead and click out of this so I can go ahead to my pencil. There we go. All right. So how do the colors interact? I just look at these and I think to myself, I like the way they look. And how do they interact? I'm seeing a lot of green and yellow. That's the looks I get from here. There's mixtures of green and yellow in here, and there's also a mixture of green and yellow, and it just being a very lime color. So I'd say maybe they complement each other. There's a consistent palette of green, yellow. Let's write that down. Green, yellow, and some brown mixed in there. Green, yellow, brown. Oh, brown like that. Alright, what else? Let's see. What type of outline is there? This artwork has no outline, which is interesting. No outline, and it definitely gives a different feel to it as well. It makes these legs at least feel thinner because there's no outline. But it also, I think, aids in helping it look a little different. Not really a better, it's just different, right? No outline. That's something easily noticeable. I-N-E. I also chose these just because this is the topic we're working on today. We're working on wizard students of an academy, so wizards! Here, at least, something maybe to notice is, let's see, is it clear what's going on? I think it is. These are kind of wizards casting their spells or showing off their magic. This one looks like they're casting a really powerful spell. And I like how it's not just white, right? It's not just this white eye. Is this color better? No, probably this white that I was using. Not just a white eye, but the eye kind of, it goes all over the robe, not just in the robe. The use of colors, there's a lot of, I guess, maybe special effects. casting spells. We can say that. Casting spells. Spells. E-E-L-L-S. And I like that. I like how you can tell. And maybe it's to show off they're powerful. You can see here at least there's some cloud dust. Dust clouds here to show off maybe. I mean, here you can see the robes going up, right? So you can imagine there's probably a force of wind pushing down that is making all of this smoke. So this big effect. And it shows it. It shows that they're casting powerful magic. And you probably should be afraid, depending on what it is. You can't see their face. So it's pretty menacing. This one, though, this one feels more calm. It's definitely, maybe because of the magic they use. Sparkly, maybe it could be water. I guess it could be water. Another thing to take in mind when looking at pixel art is the distance you're looking at it from. For example, are we looking, is the artwork meant to be this angle? Are we supposed to see it from this? It depends, because the further you look away, the more everything kind of puts in together, meshes together. When we're here this length, you can't really see that white part of the eye, but when you're a little closer, you can kind of see it a little bit better. I'd say maybe something to consider is they're using anti-aliasing. I always forget that word, but there's a lot of use of anti-aliasing, and that's the half steps. It's not just one single color. A lot of putting the colors together, like here you have the rim. For here, this is made by the same person. Here you have these lines here to show off, and let me zoom in a little bit. A little hard to see maybe on screen. I tried to zoom in as best as I can, but you can see here, it's not just one line of green, right? You have the anti-aliasing with the half step to show off more texture. There's a heavy use of that, and I think that has to be that way because that's all you have at this point with there not being an outline. You have to know how to do outlines without the outlines, if that makes sense. Let's go ahead and put on here. They have a very good use of anti-aliasing. So I'll say, just anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing. Anti-A. Don't ask me how to spell aliasing, that is a word. But that'll be our time. If you can come up with some, I'd love to hear them. Just a section I like to do. I think it's fun. Now that timer's up though, we move on to resources really briefly. Now, as far as resources are concerned, I've done this topic in great detail. Aliasing, thank you. And hi, welcome. I always forget how to say it. Is that how you say it? I'll write it though, now that I actually have don't have to go typing it. Thank you. Let's see. A-L-I-A-S-I-N-G. There we go. All good. With that said, yep, wonderful. Let's go to here in this browser. Yep, right browser. So either on stream, if you're on YouTube, you can check the description of YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can. Let me go ahead and oops, wrong thing. If you're on Twitch, and I'm pretty sure I can do it here as well, just do !info. Does that work? Let's see. It should, hopefully. Yep, there we go. Look at that. That's cool. And it should bring you to this document as well. Oh, wrong document. Okay. I go back on that. Let me redo that. But yes, this document in here. This is just a combination of resources I found to be very helpful. And let me go ahead and close this one. Resources I found to be very helpful. There's a playlist on YouTube I've saved of just different people who've done it. You gotta figure out bots on YouTube still? Yep, same here. It's just a resource of videos I've watched on YouTube that relate to this topic, and these shouldn't be on here. That's okay. Topics from other artists who've done it, and let me close this. We'll have websites, we have books, we have resources. Most of these are free, except for the ones that have a price on them. Down here is a website that you can look at art from games, game art, and this will come in handy later. But it's just sprites that you can download directly from different games. In this case, it's specifically all pixel art games. And down here is art on a website called itch.io. And oops, wonder why it says reload. Something went wrong. Oh boy. All the technical difficulties today. But that's okay. We can work through them. Down here is... oh, everything's freezing. Oh boy. That's okay. Itch.io is just a website where you can find games at. You can find resources for games. So if you're trying to make a game, there is not only pixel art, there's 3D art, all sorts of art you can get. Some of it's priced, some of it's free. And on here I have some free listings for characters. So you can download those and look at them and take what you look at, see if you like it, and get inspiration from it. That's the goal for those. That said, let's move back to the screen. That sprite resource? No, let me see if it'll... I might have to close my, well, close the tab maybe? Hold on, let me try to do it this way. A little bit better. Okay, seems to be working now. So this is sprite resource. This is an example. This is Stardew Valley, which is a pixel art game. And you can go through these and you can get all the resources by just downloading the sheets. People have spent some of their time getting the resources of the games. And then this is itch.io, for example. This person made a sprite for a girl that's dancing. And you can get all of those sprites and download them. And they even come with Aseprite PNGs as well. So you can drag them into Aseprite and look at them, which is nice. With that said, yep. Let's go back here. And now that we've covered resources, let's cover what is a character template, as I could not figure out a better name for it. And let's go to concepts. Back over here, and concepts. The simplest way to describe a character template is from videos like this from Mort, where it's just a blank character. It's your base. That's why it's the template. Maybe that's the best way to describe it. It's a character base. So it's a way to have... It's not a character yet, but it's a body. It's the base of all living beings. This would be considered a character template, where it's just a thing of you take it and then you can add on top of it characters. You have different characters. Even an older lady can be made from this base. That sums up what a character base is. This might be considered a character base, just these stickmen. And I might even consider what we saw before with the Stardew Valley farmer, where it's just a base of a character, and then you can just overtop. So my goal is, because I'm creating a game that's gonna have, well, it's a cafe sim. It's a cafe sim set in a wizard academy. So the students are the customers. So we need to create a base for wizards. That sums it up. A base for wizards. And saying that, let me go ahead and make sure I have the right thing selected. All right. To consider, I have some games pulled up of just references. This is Omori. Hope I'm saying that right. Yeah. Omori, a pixel art game. One thing we have to consider, at least when making sprites, templates, is the purpose of them. For example, in Omori, this is a screenshot from the game, and you can see, well, what I want you to pay attention to is the scaling. For example, the character is this big, and the table is this big. And that's something to consider with just scaling. How big do I want certain things to be? And saying that, I can show you a little better in Aseprite. Okay. And in here, you have your player, and then you have the table. Look how big that table is. And you have your cake. Oh, thank you for the follow. You have your cake, and it's this huge cake compared to the small player. And even this slice of cake is bigger, just about as big as the player. And this dish is also just about as big as the player. Some other examples could be Stardew Valley here, where we have a farmer, which is kind of like the base. These are some mannequins from the game I found, and they kind of explain a character template. And while I'm here, let me grab that. And with that being said, something like a camera, I feel like this is a huge camera. Thank you indeed. This is a huge camera compared to the actual player. Well, not player, this is a character. But things like that. How big do you want your items to be versus your character? Do you want them to be realistic or no? This is for just an example of sizing. This is a fridge in the game. This is the size of the player. So I'd say it's pretty realistic. Maybe they're a little bit bigger. And compared to maybe that slice of cake, you have this slice of, let me select it. This slice of cookie. The slice of cookie. These cookies, which I feel like are a lot smaller compared to the player, right? Compared to a Mori, where huge piece of cake next to the character. It's also of note is that they have a really big head compared to the rest of their body. Stardew Valley seems to be more proportional. And even here with the chairs and the table, they seem like they could sit in the chairs, and they do sit. That's what these are, little sitting animations. And we definitely will need to make a sitting sprite, as it's a cafe game where people go sit down. That's one of the things we'll have to consider. Some other examples here, just super quickly, is to consider, I want my characters to be very emotive. So one of my goals is to have a base sprite where they can blink, they can smile, and it shows them eating and enjoying their food. This is a game called Octopath Traveler, and you can kind of see her happy expressions, angered, mouth open. Let me zoom out a little bit, as this would not be the range you'd be seeing these sprites at. Probably be from here, maybe even smaller. And when I zoom out, you can tell it kind of blends in with that anti-aliasing we were talking about before, where it looks a little messy, but when you pull out, a lot cleaner. And here, Stardew Valley expressions just showing off the ways the different players. This is Deltarune. Again, just showing off how different sprites can have different expressions. And that's one of my goals for making this template, is just having a sprite, a base sprite, where we can have different expressions. Wonderful. All right, that being said, and talking about scale, let's talk about sizing. These characters, Deltarune's characters are, let's see, this is 16, so this would be 16, 32, 48. 48 by 32 is the size of Deltarune characters. This is 16 by 32 for Octopath, 16 by 32, 16 by 32 for Chrono Trigger, and this would be 32 by 32. And that is important to consider, as, let me go ahead and hide these guys, hide this guy, and pull up here, and mess with it a little bit. Previously, when I've done sprites, I did one at 16 by 32. I've done one at, what would this be? 48 by 32? That doesn't sound right. That's right. 48 by 32. I've done one by 64 by 32. And I've done one by 48 by 64. And that's something to consider, as another thing I want to keep in mind, and you can go back to concepts. Another thing I want to keep in mind is purpose, function, and difficulty. And let's go down here. Things I want in terms of that sense is, the purpose of these sprites is to have emotes. I want it to be very emotive. So we'll write that there. Emotive. Emotive. I want the function to be expressive. I mean, that's the same thing. That's why I have a line connected here. They're kind of the same thing in a way. And the difficulty, I want to draw out a lot of these sprites. But I want it to be very easy. Oops. Easy. E-A-S-Y. Easy when it comes to making the sprites. And saying that, when we go back to, where are we at? Aseprite? This sprite was very hard to make. This sprite was also hard to make. A little bit hard, but not as hard. This sprite was very quick to make. And saying that, I think staying within this size would be best when we're making the sprite, or the template. So either 32 by 16 or 32 by 48 for our sizing. That said, that would be, if we can open these guys back up and pop this open, either this size from Deltarune or one of these sizes from the other games. And let me go ahead and check that. So that being said, one final thing I want to touch on before we get started is in Pura, this guy here. There we go, we can see. On here, I've gathered a lot of references as we're going to need them. Because it is going to be a Wizard Academy, I want the sprite or this template, the base, to have a robe to signify they're part of a magic school. We have some examples from Hogwarts where they have a sort of robe on or just formal wear underneath. We have some from real life schools where these are their, now this one I'm not too sure about, but we have some from just real life. Here we have some from anime. They have very long robes, and I want to incorporate a robe into the base sprite. This is some from Spy X Family. This is from Little Witch Academia. And I just like these robes. I'm hoping we can use these to figure out some sort of design. Here's some more IRL clothing I was able to find off of Pinterest. Just figuring out a sort of idea. And then this was a game called Gris. I really liked how most of the silhouette was the robe. Here's some more robe cloak ideas. There are some Pixelart inspirations that I was able to find for just robes. And we have a game called Wizards of Legends. Just more robes. I would like to have the robe have a lining. I think that would be good. As the customers are different types. Oh, you have one from Wizard of Legends. Is that it? What do you emote? But I want to show what faction the character is. In my game, different characters want different things because they're part of a clique, a group, faction. So I want it to be not gold maybe, but depending on what faction they are or what type of magic they can use, to have the lining or something else signify that. And I really like this one of Papyrus just because it shows the cloak billowing in the wind. And I think maybe we can make a class or a type of character in the game where they're very proud of who they are. So they have a pose they strike where their cloak billows in the wind. Maybe it can be the wind character so they can have that wind magical effect. That said, let's go back into Aseprite and get into the meat and potatoes of everything. That didn't take too long. Alright, now, the question is, how do? And truthfully, I'm not quite sure, but I do have some ideas. And that is to take from here these size comparisons, and I'll grab this guy. Oh, we already have one up here, right? Ah, I see. My additions, my previous attempts, I can hide that and work off of here. Okay, so we'll copy this. Let me do that. We'll copy that. I'll put it behind the background to make it a little bit easier to see. And then we'll also copy this one, as this was the other idea. And keeping it small will allow us to animate it quicker. Create more variations. That's the hope, at least. Let's grab again. Let's see. I grabbed the wrong one. I have to grab it from here. And there we go. And layer. And size comparisons. Make sure it's the right layer this time. Sizes. And copy. So first and foremost, one thing I like about Pixelart is that you can get away with a few things. For example, we don't have to have an entire body of the character. We can just have some parts of the body because they'll be covered by the robe. So that's really very nice. Let me actually move this over here just so we can get some, well, I guess I'll move it over here a little bit just so we have space to experiment. I'll copy this and move this. Probably do maybe 3 this side. And this is just right now the front pose, as I want to have a front, a side, and a sit. That's the goal. Again, probably going to take a while, which is why I'm dedicating 3 days to it. And before we get started, let me go ahead and get some water. Which is... oh, I also have coffee today. I am cleared to go for coffee, and I can't be more excited. Okay. Well, that said, let me pull up. Yep, I'm all fueled and ready to go. First things first, I think, is figuring out the coloring. We're not going too heavy on it this time, as it's just the base idea. We'll just grab this, and we'll say white for the base. Let me make it a little bit smaller. White for the base, probably a shadowy color, but we want to be able to tell the shadow color from the rest of everything. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Move it. Blue is probably not the best color to do. Maybe we can do like a purpley shadow. And then probably need a highlight. In this case, we'll just do maybe white. This is a highlight color. An actual whitish highlight. Probably move that there. So we can tell what's going on. And with that, let's draft some ideas up. Sometimes I like to do a silhouette. So kind of just eye it out and make the body and the hands. And then go back and say, alright, how's this? How's that working? Because I want the face to have emotes, we should probably start there, figuring out the head. So let's see. This is the front-facing head. Let me grab this. Where are you at? This. There we go. And let's add a smile, just some base eyes. I feel like that would be helpful. And saying that, let me go ahead and add that onto here. Just a dark color. I think I also want the characters to be outlined. So it's probably, yeah, we'll just keep that dark color as well. Alright. Let's go ahead and outline this character first. This is just a circle for now. And I want to have a face. I want it to be a... It's supposed to be cutesy, but not at the same time. I want a little bit of variety. Maybe we can drag this down a little bit, as it's not supposed to be circular. It's supposed to be a little bit different. Maybe we can round out the face a little bit. Maybe make it a little bit more chibi feeling. I'll grab this color. Maybe more so like that. Probably add a line down here like this. Drag it down one more probably. Like that a little bit. The bigger the eyes, the cuter. Exactly. It's the ratio. That's the thing as well with the Mori, was that it was a big body, or a big head with a small body. And I want it to feel, it's cute, but I want it to be a little more on the realistic side. This head's probably a little bit too big, but we'll see. What I need to do is open this up for preview. There we go. That wasn't on before. It always closes for some reason, but here we are. That way you can see it from further away. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Yep, alien eyes for the win. Exactly. Have you seen an anime skull? They're horrifying. Maybe let's just do an eye like this. I kind of like referring to things with Minecraft eyes. Maybe let's do, I mean, it's probably fine for now. Figuring out where we want the eyes to go and everything. A little bit like this. Maybe let's just make the eyes right for now, just so we can see what's going on. Blue eyes, maybe. Because then you can do smaller eye for small eyes and all of that. And now that we have this, let's see. I want a smile. I think that'd be nice. One dot. Do we want to do a smile like this? I don't know. Maybe a small, like... hold on. I've seen some where the smile's a partial smirk, something like this. I do like that, but I think less the smile, the better. Probably this for now. Something simple. I don't want to do too all over the place, so for now, simple. Let's see. The only issue is it's not even, so we definitely need to fix that, as this is gonna be an even sprite. It will be. I have the power to change it, and I will. There's probably something more like that for the face. Let's go ahead and center that again. Let's see, maybe carve off the head a little bit. I would like to have maybe some parts for eyelashes. It will just depend. For now, we can kind of carve that away a little bit. Probably shape this off. It's just a matter of figuring out how we want to shape it, and that's, again, I can't say it enough. There's more reasons I like Pixelart, because some small shapes just change everything. For example, adding that kind of rounds the face out a little bit. Adding that, I think, makes it a little bit better. You probably need maybe a smaller head. Let's do this and erase this part. Probably like that, but I think it should come in a little bit more. Probably something like that. Though, something is off about it, I think. Just a little bit. I think it might be too big, possibly. Maybe what we can do is... What can we do? We can try maybe... Glitter pompadour. Which part? Let's see. mean, if we do like this, I feel like that's a little bit better. So it kind of looks like a Lego head, doesn't it? You can kind of round that down a little bit. I think that's a little bit better. But then the eyelashes kind of get messed up a little bit. That is kind of a little nicer though. I definitely think. The little faces. I think I made a Lego though. And I don't want a Lego. Let's see. Eye expressions. I definitely think that could be an eye expression, for example, just depending on what we want to do. And I mean, overall, not too bad. Let's make this a little bit brighter maybe, to just show off it's not the outline. There we go. And then we can also do this, round out the eye, depending on what we do. Well, I think that's fine. It works for now. Hello, welcome. Let's see. For now, this is our eyelash color and our eye color. Welcome to the stream, but welcome back. Though I'm kind of still feeling like they're a Lego. Let's keep going for now. And then maybe we can do some sort of body. It depends. I'm thinking more so. I'm kind of feeling like a chibi-ish style would probably be better. Kind of trying to keep those ideas in line. Maybe something more like this. We can kind of fill. We can fill that in, making sure I press continuous. Oops. Making sure it's also not like that. Maybe make sure this is facing forward, right? We have one of the things I didn't like about Stardew Valley was the way their legs were. So now that it's in my command, I can change it a little bit. Probably something like that, maybe. Then again, it's those double legs. It's like, how do we want to do it? I'd like there to be an in-between. Well, that said, gonna have to add an in-between. Let's give it a go. This has got to get moved out. And this has got to get moved out. Make a better silhouette, I think. Let's get a bit, gotta get tweaked just a smidge. Probably, how can we decide that? I mean, I don't think it's too bad, but definitely needs a little bit of something. We can have the hands, maybe come like that. And then we just have the arms kind of posing. That, and probably something like this. For the body? What do you think? And not really feeling it. Something feels a little off. Maybe it's all of these lines that I'm adding. Probably is all those lines I'm adding. You can maybe extend this up a little bit. Probably make that a little bit better. Definitely thinking we can kind of tweak things a little bit. But that's one attempt. Let's give it another go. Just try to come up with as many ideas as we can at the moment. And now that we have one, oh, look at that as well. That's interesting. Notice how the face is a lot more narrow for Chrono Trigger. That's probably a good idea. Let's look at how faces are done. Stardew Valley's face is a lot flatter and whiter. They could do the thing where I did where it's at the side of the face. It's very round. This one is kind of the flat face at the bottom. Interesting. The front face, the legs are kind of split apart as well. And that's also something I've noticed, remembering what game we're making it for. This is an RPG game. The characters are positioned differently. This is I'd say this is an RPG game as well. Would you call Stardew Valley an RPG? I would. It's a roleplay game. You roleplay as a farmer, farming around for stuff. Her legs are together. His legs are apart. That's interesting. Yeah, it's a cozy RPG. Usually when I think RPG, I think fantasy, but I think I'd count it as an RPG. These legs are further apart. Okay. So let's hide that and try again. Let me move this over here. Zoom in a little bit. Now, that said, let's try another shape. Maybe what we can do is do something a little more either stressful or not stressful. Yeah! Usually the RPGs I'm thinking about are just dress. That's probably why I was like, is it really? Can't tell. Let's see, we want it to be too wide. And then we can go ahead and roll this out. And then we can do the eyes. I'll just grab from here, since we're already here. This would be I guess your flat face, and this would be your smile. We have the flat face, and then we have the eyes. The bum, bum, bum. And then just your regular eyes. I kind of like that a little bit more, right? I feel like the smaller face helps a little bit. You know, this, oops. There we go. That's a little bit better. I do like that. A smidge better. Let's see. Let's add a few up here to round it out. Probably like that a little bit. Just to show off if there's any bangs or anything. I do like that. Now, I'm questioning what happens if we little guys put like Camille from League. Yeah, I can see it. The legs. Oh, yup. Oh, no. That means it's not a bad thing, though. Not necessarily. It feels more adultish, I'd say. Probably would take this face, put it on that body, it'd feel a lot different. Let's see. Copy. Alright. Yeah. Looks a lot different. Looks more alien, I'd say. Move that back. I wanna make it a little bit cuter. Let's try making it... Oh, oops. I didn't put the thing back on. Let's try adding maybe one more pixel. No, I liked how narrow it was. Probably maybe we have to do it here? Now the chin looks a little bit different. I'd probably say maybe this is good. It just depends. We have that wide eye. Well, maybe what we can do is squish it. That's a little better. I like that. That feels a lot better to look at. A bit of a squished face. Yep. Okay. Now, as for the body, again, I want to make sure that the legs are separate. That was one of my goals. Let's try doing that as a start. Maybe feet come out like this. Like that. Or that would be stick legs, wouldn't it? Maybe if they're in the front. This is the shoe. This is tricky, isn't it? This is like one side of the leg, this is like the other side. Probably like that, I guess, for the body. And then this would probably be the legs. Then we have the actual body area with the neck and everything. I'm thinking it's probably better to do it like this, kind of going outwards. You have your hands here. Still like the hand idea. Probably do maybe the hand a little bit up more. And make it a little bit smaller. That is something to be concerned about. Stop what you're doing, find another way in life? What do you mean? Let's see. These are probably simple legs. And then we have the arms coming out again. Probably like Sonic Ballet Room. Not sure what you're saying. Let's see. Have the body up here. And then have a separation for the body. That is a little tricky, figuring out how to position it. But I definitely think something like this, probably. We have the feet, the legs, which then separate into the actual body of the character. I like this one a little bit better. I think the arms probably need a little bit of tweaking. This is a little bit better. Let's just copy this guy and move it over. Copy. And paste. And let's keep going. Let's have, down here, and let me get some water. I think this is coming along well so far, though. Let's go ahead and get rid of this part. I think that's good. And let's figure out this body section. Maybe like that. Just a simple lineup and bam, that's the body. That could work a little bit better. As far as the legs are concerned, probably can pull that up here and let me zoom out a little bit. And probably do that. Looks a little off though, but I think that works. That's your legs and then your hands. I wanted to do ball hands. I feel like it's the simplest way to apply hands. Let's see if we can do ball hands. Maybe not. Hands. And then we have maybe an arm sleeve here. And then we have that lining it. And the shoulders. Looks a little better. Just a smidge. Your look. That's more than fine. Thank you for chatting. Let's see. Maybe... It's always about the certain shapes and the certain pixels you add. Definitely adds a bit more of a shouldery feel. Let's take a look at some inspiration. The arms, it definitely... that might be what it is. It's, this is more vertical. They're top down. I say vertical, but the way the camera's positioned. Right now, it's very flat. And I'm looking at it... That's interesting. They have a flat body as well, and the shoulders. Shoulders are different a little bit. This front you can't tell because of the hair. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and tweak it a little bit to maybe show off that it's a little bit more than it meets the eye. But before that, let me make sure I save it. Let's go ahead and just copy all of these and turn off the thing. Copy these guys and paste them down here. Maybe another layer as well, just to be safe. And then we can go back up here. Copy this guy we're working on. Drag him down. Here. And there we go. Now we have him up here. And the other one's saved, so we don't run into any problems. Let's see. How do we want to do this? I'm thinking we can maybe add some changes to the overhead, underhead probably. This is a more so front-facing body, but if we were to do it maybe more over, how would we do it? Let me move this guy aside, just so we can look and see and test a little bit. Okay. This is this guy's doppelganger, but not for long. Let's try moving the eyes. Oops. Move the eyes down. That kind of moves the face down as well. Hold on. Where you do more of a I'm looking more so down at the head look, that might feel better. This is the body. Oops. This is the body here. Round it out a little bit. Let's see. Probably need something like that a little bit. Kind of reminds me of a Minecraft face. A little more round. But maybe something like that. And then as for the body, we're kind of looking at the body, right? Looking down at the body. The perspective's a little bit different. I'll keep these legs, but everything else must go. Maybe we can do more so a body like that. Maybe a little more round. Not too wide, but a little wide. Maybe more so like this. And the body can kind of then more like that. Just a little bit more round to show off. It's round. Probably maybe like that. So I want to have a body that we can have stuff under or stuff over. The goal is that while these capes do make them, it is a uniform, everything underneath the uniform can be a special outfit or something. As long as you wear the cloak, you're good to go. This school is very strict, but I mean, it allows some cool stuff. Plus, it would help add some character expression to all of them. And I keep doing balls, but maybe balls is not the way to go. Let's see. Stardew Valley kind of has these hand points. Or this, it's also kind of a, not an orb shape. This is more so round, but this character is a very brawly character. That makes sense. Character doesn't have hands. Hands are kind of down, so maybe we should do that, actually. Not round, but more so just curved. That could probably help. So let me see. Let's modify it a little bit. Maybe more so like this, and like that, maybe. Had a little bit of a roundish feel to it. I kind of like this a little bit more. Kind of adds a certain feel to it. But as far as the arms are concerned, I'm not too sure. I kind of like it just hovering in a way. Definitely think maybe we can get rid of some of these leg parts and make it a little bit shorter. Move this down. Probably something like that. And at this point, just make it a drone. Of drone parts coming from it. And now it's just a hovering character. I could see it. But we want roundish. Let's see. I don't want to have a bottom pixel, just so that it can feel like it's blending in more to the game. But maybe... This is tricky. Maybe something like this. Those are some high legs. That might be a little bit better. I kind of think so. Well, the arms are to be desired. They are proving to be difficult. Maybe we have one here. I think it's because of the outline. It is most definitely because of the outline. Maybe... Probably have to have arms like this. They look very buff though. But we can change it a little bit. We can tweak it. Maybe this can come in just a smidge. This can probably also come down as well to help with the hand not feeling as you're ready to fight. Let's see. Probably have to move the hand being too all the way down. This can probably also run down and really take in this sort of thing for the hand. Oops, wrong color. Maybe something like that. That feels a little bit better. If we draw in, nope. What if we add a pixel here? I kind of feel like this works. Probably add a pixel here. No. Pixels really can just change a small part of it. It looks like the hands are very pointy, right? Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Probably... I want to have it rounded. That was the hope in adding lines, but I don't think it's coming across as rounded. Probably maybe something like that. Kind of adds our block back, but does not look as nice as they feel like it would. Let's go ahead and go back to what we had. Maybe just 2 simple lines. Don't really need too much in Pixelart. I think I always forget that part. Don't need too much. Sometimes the smaller, or less is more. I think that's it. Less is more. And in this case, that might prove to be the point. Let's see. Maybe something like that. Yeah, the thing is I want the face to feel rounded. So kind of adding that face to the body is tricky. Maybe something like that could help, because it's a neck. And maybe we can... Yeah, that's just the small portions of it. I'm thinking that's probably good. Probably something like this. Tricky, tricky. Yep, if we do this, it kind of shows off it's a very round arm. Probably something like that. I don't think that's too bad, though. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad compared to what we had. Maybe the body can be a little bit lower. We can try that. This is supposed to be maybe the hip part. We can drag this down a little bit. Maybe this is the whole body part. We can just add this. I want to have a little bit of round feel to it, so we can do this instead. Maybe... Nah. Trying to figure out if there's any way you can kind of make it different, but I think this is a good start. Kind of shows the feet towards... Thank you! Kind of shows it towards... I kind of like this for now, at least. And we'll keep it. I guess for now, since we want it to be less gendered, we can do this. Not too many eyelashes, but we can add more eyelashes to the side. This might be the front way we would do it if we do it this size. Now that we have that, and you can see it only took us about 30-ish minutes, let's try to do bigger and see if we like it or not. Because as well, we're gonna have to figure out expressions, all of that stuff. Let me grab some coffee. How to get motivation for game dev? I mean, it depends on what your goal is. My goal is to make, well, I like cafe sims. That's my motivation, is I want to play a new cafe game that's not like most cafe games I've seen, which, while mine will be cozy, it's gonna be stressful. It'll be stressful, intense, and instead of the cute aesthetic, it's gonna be more gothy and grim, is my hope, but it's probably still gonna turn out cutesy. Yeah, just figure out what your goal is and go from there. My hope is to make something that I want to play, and I hopefully will finish my... Let me highlight this. I'll hopefully finish my demo, at least for the typing part of my game, by Sunday. We'll be able to show it to all of you. But after that, we'll be doing the cafe part, and I'm very excited for that. Let's go back over here. I'll zoom out a little bit. Now we have a little bit more space to work with. And how do we choose to actually work with that space? We can maybe have a face, and maybe we can go back to this, right? I do like how small this head is, and because I like the size of the head. You're excited for the demo? Me as well. I'm excited to hear what people think of it and hear feedback. It definitely will probably have some bugs, and that's probably what I'm most excited for. Just finding them, squashing them, and getting that out of the way if it'll let me. Copy. And we'll just move that head back up here. I want it to be... It's a cute head, but these are college students. They're adults. And this is more so chibi-ish. I want to see if I can maybe do something more... A little bit more... I mean, this is too high, so maybe we can bump that up a little bit and see if we can do something a little more mature-based. Now that we have a little bit more space. This will probably be the body. Body's a little bit taller now. We can probably have shoulders as well. Let me grab that color. And things as well. It's wondering, what's the size? Are you going to make a platform game? No, it's gonna be a cafe sim rhythm typing game. Not a... Well, I mean, in the future, maybe I'll make a platformer, but not much of a platformer fan, but it could be a fun challenge to try to make a simple platformer, as a lot of people like platformers, and it could be a good try into seeing... Actually, no. Yeah, I will be making a platformer game. Yes. Not in the Mario sense, but one of the games I wasn't able to make was a platformer game, and my computer ended up corrupting the game, and I never finished it. But I do want to make that game, and that game I would consider a platformer. So yes, I will be making a platformer. Solid answer, final answer. It's not in the sense usually, I guess, is what I'm thinking. Now shoes, Maybe we want to do shoes like this. Maybe like that. That's the front of the body. When did you start game dev? That is a hard question to answer. I have been game deving for a very long time. I went to college for game deving. Game deving. I went to college to learn more about game dev. But even before that, I was doing things for after-school programs, things of that nature, where you get on the computer and you'd play Scratch, which was a way to make games. A little hard to figure out. When did I start? I'd probably have to say at least 10 years ago, if I had to guess. I'm trying to make an arm or a hand that kind of groups up like this. If I had to guess, probably I'd say at least 10 years. I have been in this for a very long time, but I only started using Godot about 2 years back. 1 or 2 years back. It hasn't been long with Godot, but game dev in general, be it using Scratch or just making up games that way, a very long time, but I haven't game. This is kind of a taller body, right? A little bit better. Let's see. I definitely feel like it's maybe a bit too wide. Oh, we should also add shoulders to this one, since we can. Let's see. Shoulders. Maybe like that would be your shoulders. Maybe we can add a neck now. Ooh. We might have to go with this size just because of the shoulders. We'll probably cut down on the shoulders a little bit. Probably something like that. We make the body a little smaller. And well, we can't make it smaller, can we? Because of the rest of everything else. I am liking this a little bit more than the smaller size, but the thing about having it smaller pixels is that I'll be able to do more of them, make more. But I want to see which size I want to go with, as I am undecided. I'm not too sure quite yet what I want to do, and we'll see. Let's see, go back to make sure it's mirroring, and do that. Maybe something like this. This one definitely has a different feel to it. Your hands are at your side. I mean, they kind of... Let's try not doing blocks necessary. Maybe like this. There's kind of a hand, maybe more of a palm feel. And in that case, it might come down to like this. And kind of do maybe that. Tricky. For sure tricky. I'll probably bring these in a little bit more just because of that line space. Let me turn this guy off for a second and scooch you over like that. And then we can probably just have the arm like this. Oops. Keep forgetting to turn this on. Okay, let's see. Maybe if I do like this, maybe one of these. That kind of feels nice, doesn't it? Maybe if I do all of that. I like that a little bit better. I'm not too sure about these line parts. Let's see, maybe if we do that. Probably if we... I'll have to look at some shoes. We can smush? Yes! Smush it in a little bit. And I kind of feel like that's a little bit more physically accurate. The body is probably a little bit different, right? You have the top part of the body, and then you have the bottom part, which is probably a little bit more like that, right? Probably more like that. This is probably down a little bit more. This definitely feels... I feel legs. When I look at this, I just see legs. Let's go ahead and shrink it a little bit. They don't need to be too long. The arms could probably go up a bit. Like that. And saying this, it kind of looks like a diaper, doesn't it? How can we undiaper it? Maybe move the arm a bit more. I like it a little bit better. This is more of a separation, but the overall shape feels a lot better, I'd say. Probably have to keep some blocks just to help feel, but I kind of like it. Kinda. Let's try to do one more design. I think my issue is I keep making these a little bit too wide. For example, this should be like that. That way we can do this. Probably like that. Oh, we're into the problem we ran into earlier. Probably something like that. A little bit. We could maybe move this up. 1, maybe 2. Ooh, that doesn't feel too bad. Maybe if we do this now. Feels a little bit better. Alright, you kind of have your shoulders. And not too upset about it. Don't think it's too bad. Probably have to make the legs a little bit shorter, maybe. We'll see. Shrinking the legs a little bit. I kind of like it a little bit taller, but shrinking the legs just a little bit. I was reading up on a chibi book yesterday or last night. They said about 2 heads tall, 2.5 heads, usually what you want to go for. And this is about 3 heads tall. So if we want 2.5, it'd probably be, let's lower this a little bit. Let's lower the legs again a little bit. Oops. Probably something like that, but I don't know. I kind of like this. Let me make sure well, let's undo that and do this and move this over, and I'll add the shorter leg version. Maybe also a little bit of a shorter arm version. And that's what it was missing. And I think this works a little better. We have these two guys. They're a little bit different. They're taller, but they're not too different. And this is centered, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's try one more idea, and then we'll move from there. Again, these are just our starters. I definitely will come back to these once I'm more complete with my game, but this is more so just a good prototype for it. As while it's nice to have rectangles, I think, and especially what helps motivate me at least, is seeing my artwork move around and stuff instead of blobs. This is a little bit of a motivator. Usually when you do games, it's not good to work on the art, just because maybe you won't need the art in the end. But for some people it works because they like the art aspect of it. And the art keeps them motivated, and that is definitely me. I like art, and I like... Look at this. Kind of reminds me of the Aseprite logo. Let's try to create the body as if it were this size, and see what we come up with. And, okay. Let's go with a big head. Probably also want to start it with a circle. Let's go ahead and drag that guy over here. And move that a little bit over. Probably a head that's a little bit bigger. It's also even. Afford to have the head a little bit higher, right? Up on here. Let's go ahead and outline it. Make this smaller. And then we can bring in the outlines. I definitely do like how the head's a little bit bigger. It allows us to do more things. For example, if we want to add a character with freckles, it's kind of hard to do it on here, but we might be able to do it on here. If we want to add a character with glasses, how would we add the glasses? Maybe like this? A little tricky, right? So maybe that's what we could try to focus on for here. Adding variations that we could have those different body parts for. You can kind of move that up and then widen it. The only issue is when we do mirror, it doesn't like listening to me about the mirror portion. Let's try maybe widening it a little bit. And give it a go. It's probably a little bit too round now. I definitely do want some face variations, but again, this is the base, so what comes out of here is that we'll be able to go back and just modify little parts about the face for different bases and everything to create different characters. That'll be fun. I'm definitely excited to get into character design. I think it'll be a fun topic. Maybe something like that. Maybe we can make this part a little bit taller. Something like that. And add all of that. It's definitely a huge head now. Not too sure. Let's maybe try shaving off some of it. Maybe then we can go back on that, bring it up. Maybe it was the width that I didn't like. It's again looking like a Lego head. Oh no. Maybe... I always come back to the same exact shapes, don't I? Let's try maybe making the face or the head a little bit more narrow, since making it wide didn't seem to help. About something like that. Or maybe even something a little bit more narrow. Oh, probably a little less tall. Probably a little bit in like that. Maybe it's all about that twisting and turning. I think that can work. Now as for our eyes, let's give it a go. Let me make sure I use the right colors. And this is the eyeball. Alright. For our eyes, let's see. And I actually also want to take a look at other sprites from other games and see what they do. For their eyes, it's too tall. It's about that 3x3. These are just lines. They're about a 3x3. Yep, 3x3. That's what Minecraft does as well. This is about 3x3. It seems to be the usual eye pattern. This one's a little bit more narrow. It's more wide as well, which is interesting. This one's longer. We can try that. Maybe that will help. I definitely like this angry face. Or there's the surprise face, which is usually just a block. Let's give... These are go. And reopen that layer. If the eyes were a little bit wider, like maybe... Or taller, I mean. We allowed them to be a little bit taller. It looked like this. This is an interesting feel to it. It definitely makes the eye feel bigger. We would probably have to make the eye... Those are big eyes, aren't they? Maybe like that. Ooh, I kind of like that for just expressions. Maybe we can take this eye part and... Oh, that could be a very sad face. I do like those for expressions. And just a little bit of added feel to it. We can add this for the light part of the eye, maybe even at the darker part. Add just a feel to it. They could probably do other additions to the face, but for now, I kind of like that. And it's interesting how different eye sizes change things, right? Let's go ahead and do that for the eye. And let me hide that cake. We're gonna do a bit of a bigger body. Let's go ahead and figure out these arms. Very interesting how you could just have a big arms that are coming in like this, and then you have the body and the legs, and you skip leg day. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll kind of try to blob it out instead. A bit bigger here. We want a little bit of a maybe more of a narrow body. This could maybe be the shoulders. Right? Maybe they have collars on their shirts. More so of the way the body goes. This is more so your torso part, and then you have your legs as well. They kind of go up a little bit. Depending on the legs. Probably have the waist part here, hands. Okay. Probably something like that, and you can kind of— oh, we forgot the smile, didn't we? Got a smile here. Do we have a smile on the other one? No mouth part on it. This is interesting. But we can have a little mouth part here. We can do it up here. I like that. I definitely do like how just a little mouth position change the whole body feel to it. That's funny. Let's see. Let's grab this white and definitely think the neck should be more narrow. Go ahead and do that. Then this is the arm part. Probably something like that. Like if it's like a t-shirt, gym bro. This is probably his arm. And then we have the hand itself, probably something like that, right? And then probably maybe wanting to go back to that dot. Those are kind of the flat hands. Looks like he's trying to square up. We can go ahead and get rid of some of these. Then if this is his body and this is like his tank top, we can give him a tank top. Maybe just a simple tank top to tell what we're looking at. The tank top goes all the way down like this. Probably would be a little bit longer. Hopefully maybe that length. And then that separates the arms, and now he has his legs, which might be a little bit too tall on here. Again, we want that separated. Probably goes like this. And we go all the way up the top. Probably something like that, and this is the legs part of it, and well, usually your hands come to about this part of the body. This would probably be the legs portion, since they reach about partial way. The skirt would probably then also come down a little bit, just a smidge. And then we have our legs and our shoes. Maybe this is his pants. And doing the body portion, so we can do that. This would be more so the arm part and his body. Now it definitely looks a lot different when you do it this way, which is interesting. This will probably be the body portion. And I kind of do like these hands. Interesting when you get rid of that. It's an interesting frame. Maybe just get rid of all of that and kind of take it from the top. If he were to have shorts, they'd probably look like that, right? Or yeah, something like that, and then probably go out a little bit for shorts. I think I just always give them wide hips. And I'm not trying to make them look like Camille. Let's see. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. Pants to look like that. And again, now it's back to the whole center part of the body. And I want to have a little bit of separation. I mean, if they're walking and they're standing, it wouldn't be too bad. I kind of do like the idea of having their feet or their shoes being sideways so we can see them a little bit better. You could always do the shoes front. I mean, that's not too bad. If the shoes are like, maybe like this. These are your shoes. This is your legs. That does look bad. Let's see. This is all of the legs. This is the body portion. I definitely think maybe its legs are way too tall. Let's bump that up a little bit. Probably like that, and then we can bring this part of the body up. Then, as far as shoes are concerned, probably be more along this line. Talking about more so feet. Probably bring this in a little bit, and it doesn't have to be, we don't have to invent the wheel here. Probably do something like this. Or maybe something like that. Definitely I think it's the leg size. Interesting how, it's definitely interesting. It's so flat. I do like this face though compared to these. But I kind of like this one of all. Like of all of them, I'm kind of feeling like this one's the best. Very simple with the way the arms are. It's a little bit taller. It kind of feels a little bit more mature than this one. What's your opinion? What do you think? And while I ask that, I will take a drink. Alright, so with this being said, continue from this gal. And we can go ahead and just... we'll merge this down and say... Sketches. Go ahead and go new. Oops. Did not copy it correctly. Copy you, and paste. Perfect. Okay. As far as faces go, I definitely do want to add a face. We can do that. Let's try some faces. Did I copy it correctly? I did. Okay. I'll just... let's grab some of these and bring them over. And also, get rid of this top part. We won't need it. And we can grab all of these guys and also won't need them. And here we go. And have these guys up top. Okay. Mess around with the head a little bit. I definitely think probably the right sizing, but what are some things we can modify in? I accidentally grabbed the wrong layer. Let me make sure that's locked. And now we can grab this and move it up maybe. Like that. I like that a little bit. Maybe we can... Oops. Forgot my pixel liner there. Probably do this, and maybe erase some of this. Maybe we can keep some of it and toss the rest away. Nah. I think I'm just moving it up. But I kind of like the way the eyes go up, right? It kind of helps with if I want to have them looking up, that would be your look up pose. If I want to have them looking down, I'd have them down like that. Maybe, yeah, maybe the down idea is better. And let me go ahead and grab this. Since this is the feel we're going for, and I'm wondering, can we maybe add here? Nah, I kind of think that's probably the best we're gonna get. Maybe even more so have to round these out. And then we can kind of have... I think that's a little bit better. Maybe like that. And then it goes all the way up. That could help a little bit. It would have to be all one single line and then maybe a little bit more down. Let's grab that alignment guy again. And probably have to go down one, so maybe something more in line with that. I mean, not too bad overall. I definitely do like it. It's just a matter of testing the waters, and I like this. Yeah. This has a more roundish feel to the arms, but we might not need it depending on the cloak part. Let's keep this one. And kind of like having this mouth here. The only issue is going to be trying to figure out how to add some pizzazz. But I think we'll figure it out. Maybe the glasses can kind of look like this. Yeah, that'll probably be the glasses. So we're good in that part too as well. And if we want to make them look a little bit older, they might have eyes like this, and I can kind of change it up a bit. So I think this works out good. Alright, that said, now we gotta figure out that cloak. Let's go ahead and paste. Hold on. There's two ideas I have for the cloak. Either a very tall cloak or a very short cloak. And I can show you in a second once I get all of this measured out. Here. Alright. And we're gonna lower the opacity a little bit just so I can see. And add a new layer. And I'll take you back to Pure F up here. So you can see as well. Well, there's a lot of different cloaks here. These cloaks. I like this one where it's a one cloak or one shoulder over it. This one's pretty close, and I kind of want people to see the inside, but I'm not too sure. I like how this one is very ruffly. You have the cloak at the top, and then you have some, you can have whatever you want at the bottom. In this case, they have shorts. This one has a cloak with, what is it? Collar? Cloak with a collar. Definitely do fine. This is another cloak with a collar. I like the clasp over the cloak as well. I think that looks nice. A lot of different cloaks. This one is more so like, where is it at? This one, where's the clothing underneath, clothing over top, the cloak. This one was more of a Harry Potter cosplay. I definitely don't want to have these long sleeves. This I don't even know, is this still a cloak or a robe? They have the long sleeves. I want a cloak. That's definitely the Harry Potter ones where it's just the sleeves. But yeah, I want something you put over yourself. With this, you can see kind of where as the cloak over top with some maybe underneath buttons and everything, but your arms are underneath and you just have the silhouette of just arms underneath. Yep, like that. Let's go ahead and try to do something like that. I want to try to, oh, never mind. I want to have it over top, so I like this one with some lining for the different types of classes, factions. This doesn't have an outline, so we'll have to see, because I do want an outline, but if it's inside the body, we don't need an outline. Let's go back to Aseprite. And let me pull up a second of these so I can have it on screen and I can see it. Control Shift A and move this guy around so I can see my references. Okay, let's go ahead and try to do the long cloak first. I think that would be the simplest to do. Long cloak, it kind of shows parts of the body if I can find it. Oh, hold on, I didn't save. Let me close, save, and then reopen. Alright, that's what it was. Yep, I didn't save. Okay. Now that we've saved, let me move you, I guess, to over here. That's fine. And now we're back on here. For now, let's just do gold, since gold was kind of the outline to begin with. I'm trying to think. Alright, well, maybe probably want a nice gold feel. Probably this gold. I kind of like that one. So if you want a outline, how do we want to do it? There's a lot of different outlines we could go for. To start, let's maybe just have a cloak coming around here, and then it has a clasp at the top, so maybe we can have it measure out here, and then we have that part come in, and then we have the actual lining of the robe or the cloak, and for now we can just say maybe it's the outline part. Here, 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 and then maybe this would be the part of the cloak, and it would just be filled in. Or I guess it needs to be a different color, doesn't it? Maybe we can make the cloak a lighter color for now, so maybe a lighter blue just to show off the outlines and everything. Trying to something similar but not quite, so it's not the outline portion of it. A little bit darker. We can keep it this light color. I'm fine with that. Go ahead and just round this off and have it that way. So now we can have a clear outline of the way the cloak might look. So if it is coming all the way over top, we can kind of do like this maybe and have that go all the way up here. Because it's on the inside, it doesn't get that outline, but because it's part of the body, it kind of does. And this would be the back part of the body, so it might... Well, you'd see the face, right? And then it would be a darker yellow. Might be something down here, and something a little bit cooler. A little bit even cooler. Just so you can tell it's in the back. And we can have it go here. And then we need a darker color for this, and maybe like here and here. And... really like that. It looks a little bit too purple. Maybe more here for the blue. And this might be our cloak. Temporary cloak for the last student. And let me go ahead and, I guess, duplicate these. And then keep this just as the base, and we can make this higher capacity just so we can see the cloak designs. This will be maybe cloak 1. And this is the body of the player and everything. And they'll walk in with the cloak. What we should have done. And let's go ahead and do that. Add some other directions for the body as well. Nice and dandy to have the front part of it, the front face, but we need the side and also the diagonal. So before we even do cloaks, let's do that. Cloak. And then let's go ahead and do the side plane. I'll go ahead and grab this guy, unlock, add the cloaks on my screen, and we can go ahead and copy and paste. Oops. And this guy can, oops, too many things going on. Copy, paste. Okay. You need to be 100 opacity so I can see you a little bit better. Copy, paste. It does not want to give me the right color. Maybe I can just copy. Ah, that's probably it. Copy, paste. There we go. Like that. And now we can go back down with the opacity. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to do the side profile and the other profiles. Also, to keep in mind, this is gonna be the main character as well. So everyone will conform to this template, but they'll have different features like hair and everything. Hello, Tup, welcome. Let's go ahead and do... Oh, we'll probably need a back, right? Let's go ahead and copy the back. Oops. If it'll let me copy, it doesn't like listening to me. Let's do this. And then we can go ahead and do no face structure here because this is the back of the head. And we can do, I mean, that's kind of it, right? Maybe it's more so this, and this, and then we can add the lines. Just show off it's different. Then you'll need to animate all the views. Yep, which is why we're doing small body and not the bigger ones. So we'll be able to animate more because this is the template for the characters, but I'm not too sure what I want to have different factions and at least do maybe 6. So it'll be 6 different colors, and depending on the character it'll be different hairs, different shapes and sizes. All of those things could be fun. This is the back of the character. Now we'll need the side. That shouldn't be too hard. Let's go ahead and copy that. Paste that, but yep. The goal is that by making it this size, I'll be able to do more. We don't need too many animations. We kind of just need some smiles, some frowns, some few expressions. That shouldn't be too difficult to do. Eye goes here, like that, and then this is more so the eye. Let's move that up one. Very interesting to see it on the different parts of the head. Don't think I did this too right. It goes here, and then here, and get rid of that, and then 2 lines. Comes down once more and has this line, but I feel like it's 3 tall. 1, 2, oh, I guess it is 3 tall. Maybe we can round it out a little bit up here, like the face itself. More so like an anime-ish face. We can take this, go in a little bit. We can do this so I can see what I'm doing. And we'll come out a little bit more in. Probably like that. Like that would probably be it. Maybe a little bit. 1 down. It might be like this. And hello, bunny, welcome. Welcome back. Let's see. Probably something like that. I think that's pretty cute. Maybe a little tricky because we don't have much space to work with. But I definitely like it. I think this works for the head face part. Could probably maybe even do... Nah, I think that works. Maybe go back a little bit on the head part. We want to keep the same feel. So it's like if I do this, not the same head. How's the stream going? It's going great. I definitely think progress is getting made, and that was the goal. So this is great. I am glad things are working out. The eyes have to stay the same, but probably more like that to round out the character. That's a lot of head, though. It's very egghead feelish, right? But it works. This is then the neck part. So let's see. We want the part of the body to stay in the center. Let me go ahead and do that, and then make a new layer just so we can get a center line. And I can see what I'm doing. No, that's not the center. This is the... Well, that's the center of the body. It'd probably be like this. And then... here? Just to tell where the body is. The hands end here, so we have to keep that in mind. Hands and like here. We're probably gonna have hands. Maybe we can make the hands a little bit bigger, depends. Maybe we can do something like that for the hands. And then like that. And then the actual arms themselves can be a little bit thin. This is the neck portion, right? It kind of comes out. Depending on the body, it's more of a S shape. Kind of comes out and in. It's more so how it's usually done. We can kind of tweak it a little bit to look like that. The arms would probably be, yep, like this. And that would probably be the top of it. This might be the back of the neck, so it would kind of maybe do one of these moves. This is the arm. And then the rest of the body, that's the tricky part. You can kind of do maybe this to show that there is body happening. And then the back of the body can maybe try to go in a little bit, but it might have to hold off partially. Tweaking things and seeing how they look. The arm gets separated, and if we want that sort of outline, it has to be a little bit thicker than normal, just so we can show off the parts that are thicker. And then we have the legs, and for that, we want to make sure we have maybe back of leg here, but probably back of leg here, front of leg here, and then we have the sock part, and like that. This might be how it looks from the side. We might do more so that. Kind of like that tip for the butt. You can maybe do like that to show it off a little bit more. Yeah, I think that looks fine. I think maybe the hand can be maybe thinner. Nah. I kind of like how wide the hand is. Maybe we can lessen it up here. And nah. I think this is fine. Oh wait, now we really won't see much of the body. Especially because it's hidden behind everything else. Usually it kind of comes out and then in the body. If it's more feminine, it might be like that. But I think overall, yeah. This is a base. I think this is good. This kind of looks a little funny when I delete that one pixel, doesn't it? But that is for the arm, that's for the neck, and this is the shoulder bit. If I remove this, it also looks weird. This is the body portion, and the legs, you can't really see the legs. And then finally, we'll need a 3/4 view of the face. Go ahead and copy, and slide it on over. And one. Let's go ahead and, if I can find it, my stick. Here's my stick. But this one's kind of a little bit tricky. The body is all over the place. It's a little bit easier now that we have the front, side, and back. So let's go ahead and add the rest of everything. This is... Oh, what part is this that's hidden? This is... Oh, I don't know. Hold on. We have... Oh, this was my copy. Copy. Sketch. Copy. Okay. Final. Copy. Okay, that's a little bit better. And then this is our line. And this is our everything else. This right now is the final. And that's the cloak. Okay. Trying to keep everything organized, and we should be good to go. Let me move the mic a little bit closer. And get some water. Okay. Oh, hold on. I did spill a little bit of my lemonade. Let me clean that up before it short circuits something. And speaking of short circuit, let's save. Okay. So let's go ahead and figure out this 3/4 part. It is a little bit tricky, but it shouldn't be too hard. We have the neck, which we're just gonna keep to that 1 pixel-ish wide, 1 to 2-ish wide it seems. Right, that's the neck, and then we have the body part. That goes about to up here. That seems to be the line. We have that separation marker. Let's keep that there. Let me make sure it's here. We can kind of do this for the body portion. So this is all of that. And then we have the actual leg part, which comes to here. And you have some leg going in front, some leg going in back. And then we have the actual leg part, which would be kind of fish here, depending on how we're gonna do it. This would kind of go, we've kind of been doing the 3, might be 2. It's a over-under thing. The body kind of moving sideways a little bit, maybe like that. The body, probably have to fill that in. Probably interrupt, but what is the plan for the Magic Cafe game? This is gonna be a prototype for the customers. How you play it is going to be a rhythm typing game, and it's going to be a cafe game, or a cooking simulator, serving simulator, restaurant sim. There we go. It's a restaurant sim. It'll be the goal is to make it a restaurant sim, and you'll type out on your keyboard to cast spells, and doing that, you'll be able to get your spells, and you'll serve customers. So just imagine typing game like the ones you do to get your typing per minute, and combine that with restaurant sim. So each customer you serve, in this case would be like a spell you would serve them. They'll cast spells by typing the spells, and then serve it to them. And the goal is, well, the idea is that, that you were calling the rhythm game? Rhythm typing, yep. That is part 1 of it. So that's the mini game portion, and then this is gonna be for the actual restaurant portion of it. But yep, that is why. That is part of the game. Yep. It's easier to say Magic Cafe than the actual name to give people an idea of what it'll be. Yep, it'll be a cafe sim with magic casting, typing, and its rhythm typing. Trying to now kind of make the leg portion, and might be a little tricky. This is sideways, forward. I mean, we don't need a directional, do we? I don't think we do. This is kind of making it a little bit harder. What happens if you misspell something? You get an error. And if you misspell your spells enough, it'll be a fritz, you know, like in Wizard 101 where the spell doesn't work. I also just realized we can keep things simple. We don't have to have 8 directions for the character to move. It'll just be up, down, left, right for the moving. And we can keep it simple like that. We don't need directional, which is nice. We can get back to cloak. But happens if you misspell something, then like when you make your dishes poorly, you'll either, the spell won't work, I might have consequences if you do too many really bad spells. It'll depend. I'm not too sure on the details yet, but it'll be fun. I want it to be a silly game. Not too punishing, but it'll be intense. It'll be an intense, funny, silly game. Is the hopes at least. Yep. Isn't it more fun if the customers turn into a frog or something? Perhaps. Maybe like temporary it could be. The thing is that they're all also wizards. So if you have a customer turning into a frog, that might cause issues for your reputation. And that might be a bigger tank than other things. Trying to see cloak. Oh, we have cloak. What am I looking for? Ah, you. You don't need to be here. You can go. In general, yeah, I'm excited just because of all the ways it could turn out. For errors, what happens? One of the things is that you're a necromancer, but you're terrified of ghosts. So I want ghosts to play a big part in the game. Ghosts are going to be your obstacles. They're going to mess up your spells, try to mess you up and figure out things. The customers are probably going to be really terrified of the ghost, so I need to have different ways to show off the ghost messing up things. Final, oops. So this is cloak. Long. But it'll be rhythm, it'll be fun, it'll be typing, and because it'll be very hectic, I want that adrenaline to not be too punished, but still have fun with it. Let's make the opacity of this a little bit lower so I can see my outlines. Alright. We have that cloak that way. If this is the bottom of the cloak, we need to remember that. This would kind of be maybe... Oops. Roundabout. I'm hoping to get the typing part of the demo up by Sunday, but we'll see. I'll immediately go into making it or continuing. It's just about done, I just need to make the fun aspects of it. And then we should be good to go. Maybe something like that, make it a little bit wider in the back. Probably do something like this to... Can't wait to try it, I hope you like it. I can't wait to release it. I'll be really excited when that happens. It'll be fun to get feedback on everything and see if people are enjoying it, see what needs to be changed, critiqued, all of those things. I'm very excited. Let's see, maybe we can have some of this for the back part. Maybe it can. That's the thing as well, I'm not too good at fabric. This probably end a little bit poorer than intended. I kind of like having this line. I think it looks nice. Maybe we can have... I do want a little bit of detail on this lining. Probably something like that. Yeah. It doesn't look too nice, does it? Probably something like that, and a trail up and probably have some... maybe like that. Nah. Cloaks are going to be tricky, but for now, let's start on the back. I think the back would be easier to figure out the patterns and the shadows. Probably like this. You have the line of your cloaks running in the back. Probably like that, and then probably another line running back here. And probably be your shadowing. Don't need to have it all the lines way. Probably do one of you. And maybe one of you to kind of mark it out so it's not all the same. And that, probably. As for the front of the cloak, detail-wise, oh boy. Okay, let's go look at some references. Definitely coming... Oh, hold on. The scene has been changed internally. Reload. There we go. Definitely coming up a lot nicer than I first intended, so it's fun to see it get better and bigger. These guys kind of have it wrapping, which is interesting. They have lighting for it. This one kind of has the folds, but not really, which is interesting. Not a lot of detail, but then again, you gotta remember, you're looking at the game from this far, so you need to remember how far are we looking at the game from, and the game screen I want to be big, not too big, but big. For cloaks in this case, you can kind of see the difference in lighting. Maybe that's what we need, some sheen, some shine to our clothing. For their robes, it's kind of interesting. Trying to figure out where can lines go. Some stuff doesn't even have lines. Some stuff you can kind of see those wavy looks to them. And let's go back over to, where are we going? Aseprite. That's the thing as well, it's like the cloaks can be maybe different colors, but I kind of want the gold part to be the different portions of classes or schools, or maybe the gold changes, the trim of the gold changes with the type of school. And since we're looking at it maybe from this far away, we won't need too much of a different change. Maybe then, if that's the case, the cloak can be, let's see, probably you have this part going here, and then you kind of have your forward and back, so it might be, oops, let's turn this guy on, and maybe add a line here, probably a line here to show it's, well, this would be a line here to show it's going backwards, so we probably need a way to show, probably something like that, and light that back, and then we can have the lighting shift back here. Probably something a little bit more like that. And it kind of looks like it's going up, right? Kind of looks like their hand, you have your arm and then your hand just going up like, like that, and it's not what we want. So it kind of maybe has to be all down. And that does look a little off. So let's try to fix that. Maybe it just needs to be all the way down. Possibly. Maybe go one more to the side. That could help. And then we have that gold trim. And I mean, I guess the gold trim would also, but I kind of like the gold trim by itself, not as an outline. But then this could help with it looking a little bit more. And it only needs to be like this at the bottom. You can probably do something like this. With maybe, yeah, something like that I think is a little bit better. Probably also along the bottoms. And then can we erase? You can kind of see some of the figure of the body. The thing, it's like, do they take off their cloaks? Maybe some students do take off their cloaks, depending on the type of student they are. Maybe the cloak only goes down a little bit so you can see part of their neck. They go all the way to their neck. I think it would be neat to go all the way to their neck so you don't see that part. You see the inside. You definitely see the inside and back depending on the clothing though. And maybe it can kind of go down a little bit, like here. Like that. I think that's good. And then I also think this is good. We might be able to get away with maybe moving this up a little bit more. Probably something more like this. We'd need a way to move it in. It doesn't look too right, does it? But I do like this. I think this works. And not too bad. I think maybe we can do some of this is in the back. Shading's definitely always very tricky. Is this a highlight? I kind of think we can definitely shade this part because it's below the head, right? We can get away with that part being shading. Probably something like that. And then maybe we can do maybe a little bit more of the lines to show the variation in the cloak. And then we can kind of maybe make it a little bit different on the sides, depending on the side. Maybe you go all the way up. Might add some highlights. That might be here, shifting it more towards that green and blue. Or, never mind, we would go the other way, wouldn't we? We go more warm with the purples. Let's be probably, let's see, more purple, more up. Oh, right, it also would go this way, maybe. Maybe something like that, and highlights? Well, I can't really see them. So probably shouldn't have any. It could be very simple. It doesn't have to be too difficult or complicated. As far as here is concerned, let's see. Maybe the cloak kind of comes in. Okay, this is the back part. So we have this two, this two. This is the center of the body, so maybe it comes in, out again. And then we have it kind of going over, and it goes all the way, so all the way at this neckline, and then it kind of goes around. Maybe it can go down. I don't like it going down a little bit, maybe something like that more so. And then we can fill this in. And then what we can do is bring this down a little bit more and have some of it out, some of it in. This part kind of pops out because of the arm. This kind of pops in, so we can do maybe one of these moves again, move it in a little bit. This part kind of comes in, just the fold in part, and this also gets shaded because it's underneath the head. And I think that works. Maybe it's more so like that. This will probably also get shaded because it's underneath the head and it's the shoulder part, so maybe this can kind of come in a little bit. And that might be the cloak, if it were a long cloak. Not too many colors, as again, you'll probably see it from this distance, so you won't see it too much, but it'll move, and hopefully that movement can help it help add a little bit more oomph to the game. Maybe what we can do is do more so like this. So bring in that gold trim a little bit more. That. Then maybe that can kind of come in down, around, add a little bit more of just that lighting idea. Again, this is shading the back of the head. I think that works. And grab water. Oh, hurt a little bit. Let me wipe that up. Everything's spilling a little bit. Oh, something I've noticed. They're starting to look really cute. Thank you. I'm still getting new to clothing, but always excited to try new stuff. I'm having fun. Maybe like that. I kind of like this is the trim area. And just that part of the trim. I don't want to add too much detailing just because it'd be too much, especially if the game screen's either this big or this big, where there's a lot of space so you can't even really see much of it. Because when you look at it from far away, it kind of looks nice, right? It has a little bit of feel to it, and I do like that. Maybe I might light up this part a little bit to show it's a little bit of a middle. May I add maybe this guy in the middle? Like, you don't really need much shading to it, but you need a little bit. And I think that's good. Probably could add a more transitional color. So maybe even either a lighter blue or a darker blue. We do a little bit lighter, might look a little bit better. So let's see. Maybe something like this, and add some of these a little bit lighter. Do you think you'll even try to make a game with drawn characters and assets like Cult of the Lamb? Possibly. I just have to get better at art to get to that stage. As right now, I'm not too confident in those skills. But I was thinking, I actually played Cult of the Lamb. Well, I've been playing it. Funny enough. And I have been liking it. But maybe down the line if I get better at those skills. For right now, I'm trying to hone in my pixel art, as it's quicker, I feel like, than trying to learn drawn, as I don't think I could have drawn out these guys. It might have not worked. I'm just trying to figure out the right color for I mean, never mind, I do know what I need to do. I need to take this guy, and instead of doing what I did before, I just take the 50% version, and then I can kind of go back and lighten these guys up a little bit. So it's not too harsh. Like that. Makes it maybe a little bit softer. At the ends, some of the tips, and everything. Some of the side parts can kind of get lit, so they're not as harsh on everything. I think it kind of helps. Just a smidge. Not too bad. You're able to draw, so if you ever decide to make a drawing game, that'd be fun. I definitely do want to do game jams with other people when I'm able to work faster. But I definitely do think it would be fun to do a big collaboration with people. That sounds like fun. As I not only art, but I program, and programming's fun. Let's see. This is our long cloak. Let's try making a shorter cloak. And to do that, let's just duplicate it. And then, yep, that does indeed. I do agree. Cloak short. But I want to get some games under my belt to show that I can do games. And then we can do games with people. I definitely do think that'd be tons of fun. Oops. Oh, okay, I did it. So this would be your sort of short cloak version. I'm erasing all of these lines to show off a little bit more of the person. And I'm kind of thinking maybe long cloak would be a little bit better. Simpler to make at least. So we have... But game jams are a good time to do the practice. They are, but right now at least, my time's a little bit off. And because I'm still just starting out with streaming, it's easier to work to stream first, and then I can work to get better at other aspects. Right now, it's a thing of self-working, yeah. I need to figure out how long it takes me to do certain things before I try to commit to other parts of, well, try to commit to other actions with people. But I definitely do want to do it down the road, as that's the fun part about games, is sharing it with people. Sharing it with others and doing all of those things. I really enjoy those aspects of game dev. seeing all of everything come together. Let's see. This would be up here. Oops. I need to move it. And that. And have the bottom be about here. Maybe it would come in, come down, come up again. In, out, sort of thing. And have this guy come down. You'd be really dark. You'd also probably have that dark spot and maybe a little bit of lighting up there. You'd probably have to be moved in a little bit to make you nicer to look at. You'd probably have to come down a little bit more flair to everything. And then this guy's lines would have to be a little bit different. I don't know which one I'm liking more. I kind of like the short just because I like the feel of it being short, but I kind of like the feel of the longer one. It makes them feel more noble, maybe. Let's do the last one and then take a really good comparison, because this can go above the arm and then that can kind of help add a little bit to it. It'll probably be a little bit more wrapped around. Long feels more magic-y, I think so. I think long will be the plan. It'll also be nice because I won't have to add much to the rest of their body. But I think long's probably going to be the way to go. We'll see. Let me finish adding to all of these guys, but I think long's probably my favorite. Might have a little bit of bias though. Let's see. Oops. Okay. I haven't been working on the wrong layer. Got worried for a second. No, I have. Hold on. There, and then back to my long cloak. I don't even know how it swapped on me. Glad the opacity was changed, or I wouldn't have noticed. And then we can add you in. So we have, and let me compare them. We can go ahead and duplicate you. And close that final, and then this would be our long guy, and then this would be long, or just top, and duplicate you again, and you would go down here. I can move you, and our short cloak can be moved. Ooh, I mean, that's not too bad. Having a sort of double lining, right? I'm not opposed to that idea. That's pretty neat. But let me go ahead and also add a... Yeah, hold on. You might have just stumbled on top of a cool idea. Let me duplicate you. And then take the short cloak back up here. Do these guys. Merge you down. And then call you cloak mixed. And I will also add... Oops! Where'd my short one go? I never moved it. Hold on. Okay. Short comes down. Like that. And now we have our long, our short. Ah, I copied the long. Yeah. Long's good to go. We need to copy short. Just these guys. And then move them back up. Like that. And now we're good to go. This would be our... Oops. Short's not shorting. Like that. I feel like it was different. One down? Ah. Supposed to be that. Okay. But I was saying, look at this one. Mixed. And then we can copy the long. Paste the long. Add the long here. Merge this down. Might have to type mixed again. Mixed. And then long and short. If we kind of clean this up just a smidge, right? We kind of have the dark separation at the bottom for showing that it's over top. Then it kind of has some mixed areas, but first just, well, these guys can be merged together to add a lining at the bottom. I don't like that idea. Shows off different aspects of everything. Probably have to move this over. Oops. Move it over one. This becomes dark. This would kind of maybe you can go out even a little bit wider to show off the differences. These guys are gonna have to be moved aside. Go ahead and do this top, this is bottom. Let me go ahead and rename this top to bottom. And this is just top separated. And move this guy over. Oh, gonna have to move this as well. Move both. And then grab you, and it should move them. Oops. Does not move everyone. Only some, unfortunately. Glad I was working with something there. These guys gotta be moved over. I mean, it can just be moved over a little bit, but I like keeping them to the 16 by 16. Kind of helps me feel a little bit better. We can move them, and then go ahead and do the mixed. And move these guys over. You get moved there. Not the original spot. I feel like you were up one. And then, yeah. I think it was up one. Like that. Okay. What I'm thinking is, for this cloak, maybe we can have a bit of a thicker outline up here. And I should have made sure to add the thing. Let me do that now. To this. And then we can go ahead and with here and add all of these guys. And this guy can stay a little bit the same. Need to be too much of a addition, but just a bit, I think. Kind of looks cool. Kind of adds a bit of a different silhouette, I think. We can even maybe subtract that a little bit. Now it kind of looks like a dress. Maybe not. Maybe it looks like this instead. Like that, maybe. I was thinking. I was kind of like the idea of it kind of going down a bit more and being a little bit more round. But then it makes you think, well, why aren't the hands here? And I kind of think this is it has a very magic-y sort of feel. I think that's good. And then, yeah, maybe I did like the way the top one was. Let me go back to long and move this guy down here where the other ones were. Here. And then we can make you go on top. And this is, oops. Oh, hold on. This is, oh, our mix. You know, let's just stay down here then. Oh, we can't. Okay. Hold on. I grabbed the wrong guys. Long comes down here. And then you go here. And you do like this, but I kind of like this with the way it's around. I just need to change this upper area to be what it was. Let's go ahead and copy this and go back to our mixed and paste. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit wider. We don't want it too wide, so we can kind of get rid of some of these. I don't like it. And then we add that end at the bottom. I don't know. Here for the wideness, we would make just one more wide. And then we add the, oops. And I did it again. Hold on. Go ahead and add that. There. And then make it a little bit wider so we can feel the sizing. Oh, hold on. This goes here. That goes there. This needs to come up. There. Feels a little bit too wide, doesn't it? Probably needs to narrow it in a little bit up here. Just needs to start off wide. We can kind of come in after a little bit, probably up here, and then probably also here to help with the size so it doesn't feel too big. Kind of looks like a shoulder though, doesn't it? Probably would need to be a little bit rounder here then. I don't think that works. Maybe a little less down here would work. And then kind of a bit of a head shading. I think that works. And then we have the underlines under there. And then for this one, again, it's just the one wider. And then kind of tweak it a little bit, and my line is the same. Let me turn that off and erase that. We can go ahead and do this, that, and then have this just expand a little bit. Have those come out a little bit. Probably not up here, come all the way out. Right, we kind of want to keep it down some, so this would actually probably come in a smidge like this size. And probably go back one. And you'd go, let's see, probably there. That means you can come down less and you get the outline. We could have this go dark, probably dark. This could probably go down one. Probably down one. Probably keep it like that. I think this neck part has to be changed. It's a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, it's gotta go up one. Let's select it. Go up one. Probably like this. Just so we can see the neck, but I think this is fine. The only issue is the rest of the robe is... Let's see. Gotta go down one a little bit more. Let's go. Well, we can just extend this part down one. And should be good to go. It's just the neck area that was a little funny. And kind of go maybe here. And there. I think that works. And then anything else we want to add? Maybe we can kind of make it like this. Just all of that area is a little hard to read. And we'll definitely change it to fit a little more. But I think for now, it's probably good. Always something you could probably change a little bit. Maybe make this a little bit longer. Probably. Oh, it kind of looks pointy, doesn't it? So interesting. We want it to curve, so it's gonna have a small curve to it instead. Maybe there, and then add a curve. Probably a little bit better. If we want it rounded all the way, then we'll have to mimic what we have here. And that's kind of the too long one. Might be like this instead, but I think it's more like that. And then we have that long part, our dark section. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. What do you think? I like... And, oops. Kinda messed up our upper cloak here, didn't it? And... This is gotta... Oh no. Did mess it up a little bit. That's okay. That comes to there. And then we just need a little bit of dark part there. Probably a little bit of lighting. There. Probably like that. Alright. So we have on screen the... And let me see if I can move it over. Or actually, let me just move all of them over. I think that's a little bit better. Let's have our cloak mix. We need our bottom. So that's these guys. They need to get moved over. This guy's gotta go here. This guy's gotta go here. And then we can copy you. And actually go to our layer. And canvas size. Just move this canvas up for some more space. And then we can paste and go ahead and add the bodies up there. Then we can take the short cloak, move them up here. And... Oh! Okay. I got worried for a second. Yeah, that goes up one more. Up to here. And now we just move all of these guys to where they belong. I don't like the way that one looks. Let me try making it look a little bit like that. Do like that. And then this can come in a little bit. Maybe then it can be less shadow. Probably like that. And like that maybe. So this is shadow, so it's gotta come up a little bit. And yeah, maybe like that instead. Alright. We have our cloak, we have the top, our mix, and then we can go back to our back layer. Oops. This is our cover layer, this is our background. Let's increase the color on that and... Oops. It's locked. There we go. Okay. And let me go ahead and erase this final guy. This is our cloak top. This is our bottom. These are our cloaks, right? I see. Okay. Let's go ahead and just erase these guys. Don't need them. And let's... there you go. Water. Maybe my issue is that it's a little too wide for the back. We can try to tweak that a little bit. Where's the cloak long? Move these guys. And you go up. Cloak mix can kind of be... yeah, moved in one. Probably. Like this. A little bit better. Gotta be moved in both ways. So like, hold on. This has gotta get chopped. And now we can move it in. Like this. I think that works a little bit better. Oops. Because this is a very thin cloak, but when we show it from the back, it's kind of long, right? Let's make it... yeah, it goes about 3 out the head. This is like 3 as well. Okay. When we do here, it's about 2. Here, it's about 3. Yeah. We kind of have to... oops. Erase a little bit of it. Let's go to... let's see. We don't need the back of the head if the cloak's also showing as well. Again, we don't really need that. Cloak bottom is for everyone but this last guy. This has got to go down again, it seems. Let's double check. Yup. But I kind of like it like this. I think it's fine. I can go ahead and do down 1. Just to keep it in line with everything else. And then layer a line of this. We could add maybe dark light spot there. Probably do that. Okay. I think overall, probably I want this to look a little bit more like that. To do that, it stays behind the head. We can't really do that because it's popping out. Maybe we can go down 1 like that, a little bit more, probably like that. Maybe kind of looks funny, doesn't it? I guess it's one of the limitations for it popping out. But I mean, if that's the issue, then maybe what we can do then, have this startup part. Oops, I didn't copy it. Copy it and paste. Yeah, I like this part a little bit better. Let's go ahead and take the mixed color for cloak. Swap them into place. Like that. And it works. Oops. I think that works. And honestly, could probably go back 1 again. just to help with it being more seen as a cloak. Oh, nah. Kind of like the one pixel wide. And then we can go ahead and add those dark colors. And I think we're good. Okay, what do you think? Let me just tap on here, zoom in a little bit, and grab some water. I definitely like the, thank you. I like I think the short one the least. So then it comes down to a combination of either the short and top or just the top. And I like the top just because it adds more gold trims. But I don't know. I definitely think it adds more layering and that helps. Maybe we need to round out. Your favorite's the middle one? Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that one as well. I agree. I do think it adds a little bit oomph. Looks very fashionable. Good, good. It's supposed to be a little bit more modern-y. It's not supposed to be too old-fashioned. Old Wiccan style of witches and everything. Now it is an old-fashioned school, but they have a little bit of style. You can't count them out just yet. Kinda. See about maybe if I round it out a little bit more if it helps. Maybe like that might help. Probably no wizard hats. They are iconic, but I always found them really silly. Truth be told, they were always pretty silly to me. So I agree, they're very iconic. Like, well, it depends on how silly you can go. Sometimes they can be super silly, and because you're playing into the silliness, you could try a wizard hat. I wouldn't be opposed. It would kind of change the way our hairstyle might look. But yeah, the silliness is, I see. I didn't think about that. Silliness is what makes them iconic. Yeah. I can see it. You're so silly that it works. Yep, I can definitely see that. I can see it and feel it. I think that works a little bit better. Okay, so if we do the middle one is, like, yeah. I like the middle one because it's like a double trim. Yep. You can make the wizard hat a reward for beating the game on your second playthrough. You can wear the hat. I kind of like that. I would want to make like a chef wizard hat. A way to combine the two. I don't know how you would do it, but I would want a chef wizard hat combined. Let me get some coffee. Wizard hat sounds fun though, yep. I mean, maybe some people wear a little wizard hat. That could be cute. What we need now is, and let me just make sure all of these are good. So we have our bottom and our top. Okay. This is the template. Let me make sure. Oops. Some guy went somewhere. We have this one. We have this one. Merged down. Okay. This is the, I mean, I'll call it the base. I think that's a better word for it. Base. And this is stuff we don't need anymore. I'll just name it to other. Problem has occurred. Oh, I see. Don't know what it means, but a problem has occurred. Other. There. And we can close that to help clean up things a little bit. What about a golden wizard hat for beating the game? You know what? Maybe a golden wizard hat if you can get a perfect for every single food you make. Which, with my testing, has been very hard. But maybe that's the reward here. If you can get a perfect for every spell on a single level, serve the customers perfectly every single time, then you can get a reward. Hello, hello, welcome. Is it Jetsam? That's an interesting name. Like Jetson, but with math. Let's see. Yeah, I can see it. I want to see about adding a wizard hat. Just to see what it looks like. I'm just trying to make sure everything's organized. I think, yeah. I think we're gonna go with the, gotcha. Good to know. I think we're gonna go with the mixed. I like the mixed the best. Kind of feels cool. I like the double styling. And that is good to know. So with those guys, let me go ahead and copy this. I also just realized these guys are moved a little bit down wrongly. Let me go ahead and move them all up one. Yeah, there we go. Alright. And then I'll go ahead and duplicate mixed. And actually, I don't know why I combined all of these guys. Should not have done that, but that is okay. We'll just take base and paste it again. And then get rid of all the other layers. And you. Alright. Hat. Let's see. Let me make this a little bit longer and shorter. That way you can see it a little bit more. Love the dude, are they like a skeleton mannequin? This is a character base. So the goal is that I'll be able to draw all my characters onto it instead of drawing it from scratch each time. So these will be the base characters for my game, as this is game asset. Yup. I won't have to draw them every time. I can just maybe change the skin tone, add some hairs, a few different details, and it's a different character entirely. I can even add some little glasses if I want glasses, as we have a way to add glasses now. So that'll be fun for all the different customers and characters. Each character is gonna be a student. That way, don't have to do too much work. And since they're wizards, they're going to a wizardry academy. Kind of thinking like a floppy hat with a curl at the end. Interesting. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the hat. Hadn't planned on the hat, but I do like the hat idea. I just want to see. How hat? Maybe like a big hat up top, and that's the rim, and then we have the hat here. Add into like a spiral. Like that, maybe, for the hat. It looks way too big. But I definitely think it could be fun. Basically a wizard cafeteria lady simulator. Kinda sorta. You're also a student, but you are enrolled in necromancy, and there's no magic for cooking, so you decide you're gonna make your own spells for cooking. You're a necromancer, but don't want to be a necromancer. You got enrolled because of your parents, so it's a really fancy school. And a lot of people don't like the actual cafeteria food that's going on currently. So the students are coming to you at your cafe to eat your food because it's good and not cafeteria food. Is the whole idea behind the game is a thing of getting different foods from different customers. So say you serve enough pyromancer characters, then you might get a new food type for minty foods, minty flavors. It plays with the flavors of the food. So you have your minty characters for your, not pyro, cryo. So your ice wizards. And then maybe for your pyro, it's spicy. A spicy cupcake or a spicy something of that nature. Imagine the staff working at the cafe are not going to be, nope, they might be skeletons. I'm thinking she's going to raise some skeleton staff. And they'll go about their business being skeleton butlers. I thought that'd be a cute idea. It's a lot of ideas. I'm just trying to figure out which ones are fun, but I definitely want to have a skeleton butlers. Yup, with little bow ties and everything. I think that'd be fun. Let's see, wizard hat. Yeah, they're definitely very old-fashioned, and I mean, this school is old-fashioned, so I can definitely see them doing old-fashioned. Can see it. Just a matter of, well, it looked nice, and I don't know, but I definitely do like the idea of doing like a golden wizard hat for if you can get a perfect. The game is a typing game, so maybe if you get a perfect typing, you'll get a special reward. And the idea was to do a perfect run. You'll get it. And this is not letting me. There we go. Probably has to be maybe one more wide. That way we can kind of do a dip like that. Probably like that. Oops. This. And now it kind of... Hats are hard. I haven't drawn a hat before. It probably... There's probably some wizard hats in my references. Let's take a look. Let's see. No wizard hat, no wizard hat. Do none of these guys have wizard hats, and I just happen to choose no wizard hats. Hats do be hard. They do be. Indeed. I don't think I captured a single wizard with a hat. Oh, no, here we go. Ooh. I quite like these hats. They're interesting hats, and as well, it's like you can tell some different characters have different type of hats. Okay. Alright, so I do have a reference for hats, so let's do some of these. You've never seen a wizard hat in Harry Potter except for the sorting hat? Yeah. That's the thing is, it's like, the sorting hat was very old though, and that's the thing, maybe because it was tradition back then to wear hats, and now it's new age and you don't have to wear the hats. I can see that as being a thing. Let's go ahead and save. Yeah, overwrite the save so I can have some hat references. They kind of swerve up and swerve down a little bit. I don't see many hats often. Maybe we can do a sort of like this. Might be a little bit better. Probably want it out just a little bit. So more of a sort of, let's see. This is the base. Let's grab you and lower your opacity down a little bit. You bought one of the art books from the visual designers of... Yeah, I really should get it. I really like that anime. It's one of my favorites. It's most certainly, definitely has inspired me for just magic stuff. I'm a big magic fan. Cough, cough, if you already couldn't tell. I like magic, mages, so this is... Yeah. Is this going to be the player character? Nope, this is the just characters. The player character will be, and I'll show you since I already have it pulled up. If I can remember where I put it at. Other, no, it's not in others. Okay, so maybe I don't have it saved. It should be here. Other games? No, I think I might have accidentally deleted it. Scale check? No, here we go. I do have it on here. This is the main character, and let me hide it. This is the first time I drew her though, so I'll be setting some time aside, maybe tomorrow even. We can draw her on that template. This will be the main character. This girl right here. And she's a necromancer goth. I do find her adorable. The pigtails are supposed to be skeleton pins. I drew her once, and I haven't tried other ways to draw her. So hopefully, once we do this base, we'll be able to transform her onto this base and do her in this style and see some different combinations we can do. I definitely think she'll take off her cloak in the cafe. We can add a little bit more style. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow, since we, depending on how far we get, we'll need a sitting position and also a raising hand. I think that'll be good. But for now, yeah. We'll probably do that tomorrow. Let's see. I think this hat's good already. And we just need a little bit more. This is like, maybe this is the trim of the hat. This part here is the trim of the hat, and the actual hat itself is maybe... Just make the hat the same color for now, at least. Do something like that, and have it be similar, kind of, sorta, semi-ish. Maybe that's the hat. Kind of looks a little round, doesn't it? Love this person with the sword as well. Thank you. It was an attempt at drawing a character from one game to another game style. In that case, that was from a game called Danganronpa. But thank you indeed. I had fun trying to draw her. Those were all ones we did on stream recently. Let's see. We add you and... Probably gonna need to be a little bit bigger. Like that. Maybe the hat is optional in-game. So you can try and do it. If you don't, or if you do. I think just chop this off. Maybe lower it. Familiar with the Murderer Gang? Yep. In that case, yep, that was Pecco in an art style for a game, or from a Pixelart game called, what's it called? River City Girls. Kind of looks like a pyramid now, doesn't it, if I do that? So maybe let's not do that. Maybe just in this case, add this one right here. Got a little bit of hat feel. Hats are definitely very hard. I mean, we could just always go with the classic pointy hat. Maybe we can. Maybe we'll just do that. I kind of like that. Looks like a party hat. Oh, it looks so silly. But it's what the teachers have. The teachers in the Little Witch Academia. Let me go back here. Yeah. Maybe we'll go with that then. Let's go... Where are we going? Here. Personally, like the better with the curl. Yeah, I think the curl added style. Curl might be tricky, but I did like the curl. That's the point. Let's try both and see how it comes out. Just go for a... Which one looks better? But yeah, curl's my favorite. I like doing swirls and curls. But if we do pointy, pointy might look like this. And then I'll copy it over just so we have this. And then we'll see about trying to do a curl feel. In that case, I kind of think we should start a little bit fresh. I kind of like how the thing comes up a little bit where it was. Let me grab that base and kind of like down up. Needs to be a little bit more in the head. Down up, or maybe up down, like that maybe. And then this is the rest of the hat. Maybe it comes in like that. No, probably better to do it like, oops, like this. That's the part of the hat. And then, maybe it comes in a little bit more down. Like this for the top of the head. And then you have the trim at the top of the head. And your trim is here. It's really a matter of style and figuring out which stylistic part do you like more. And yeah, I find it fun. Figuring out what's better. Is it better to do bigger? Better to do smaller? And it just depends. And here I'm thinking maybe smaller at the edges, larger at the top to show it's getting bigger. And one here as well. Oops. One there. And probably there as well. So it got bigger. And then... this would all be dark lining for the back of the hat. And then we have that swirl. So maybe I'll do it in this color to be a little bit easier. Maybe more of a wider swirl might help. Like that. Maybe up a little bit more. And then this guy can come down there and down there. And now we can kind of outline a little bit more. Let's see. You could maybe do one of you guys, maybe? And then just go around and outline said swirl. Maybe we can bring you up. Nah. Maybe like that more so. Oh, yeah. Possibly like this. And then... it's a little wiggly down here, isn't it? So maybe more so like that. I think it might be a little bit too wide. Let's move it in a little bit. And moving it a little bit more. Like, you go there. We can subtract you a little bit and maybe make it more swirly. Definitely feel... I'm not getting the swirl feels. Let's maybe try a different method. You can kind of do it this way where... Oops. Size smaller. Size needs to be a little bit smaller. And when I do it really fast, kind of has a little bit of a different feel when I do it like this. Maybe... Just to remember, if we're looking at it from this far of the screen, kind of like it. Can we really see it? No, not really. I want it to make sure it's legible. Probably like that, I think, is a good curl. And then we can turn this guy off and outline him. So maybe, oops, something like that might work a little bit better. Probably shave it off a little bit here. Now it doesn't really look like a swirl, does it? Kind of looks like a little flag on top of the head. You know, maybe we should just take from here. I'm definitely not liking the way this is coming out, so maybe what you can do is take what we already have and morph it. Like this. Oh, I do like the little hat. I think it's cute. And then just add a little swirl this way. Oh, this way. Maybe like that. That is the sound of me making it smaller. Have a little lean. Like this with the hat. Comes all the way up. And then has this as the part where it swirls at. Maybe it kind of down to. And then we have that swirl. And that's the thing, it's like, this is said swirl. Maybe I can do this. Because it's just the lining that's making it hard to make it feel swirl-like. This is kind of the swirl feel I get, maybe a little bit less outwards. Probably has to be pushed in, like more of a that. Let's see. There, and there. Kind of adds a bob. But one more swirl, so it probably has to be moved over a little bit more condensed. And we can do that. We can try a lot of different things because we have time. And that was the hope with this is probably not gonna be the final for the sprite, as my hope is to get the game out by the end of October, right? September, October, oh, probably November then. 3 months. I want to try to get the game done in 3 months. That's the goal. I'm not sure if we can do it, but this will be my second game. I'm hoping we can do it. Shouldn't be, it's not a big game, or at least I'm hoping it won't be. But once the game comes out, then I can try some other stuff. Speed running? Hold on now, I don't want to go too fast. But I thought, you know, reasonably, because it's such a small game, it might be feasible to do 3 months. The thing is, I'm streaming it as well, for the game development stuff. That kind of does take away a little bit, but I think it's fine. Maybe this is good. But yeah, three months. You're fine. Probably like that, and then sub 3 month speed run. Do you mean sub as in small or sub as in Twitch? Subathon, Twitch stream run, don't sleep, game devathon. Oh boy. Like, that'd be awful. Let's see. I kind of want to make it swoop up a little bit. Let's see. And then, no, good. I was a little confused, I see. Sub 3 month speedrun, yeah. Percent any, have I ever? Nope, I have not. I've never had the time to. So I'm hoping once I get a few games under my belt, I'll get a little bit faster. And then I can apply myself to do a game jam. And when I do one, I'm either possibly going to host one. That way it'll be more community based, or we'll see. 'Cause I definitely do want to do one. And I want to do one with other people as well. I think that'd be fun. For now, let's see. Maybe something like that? Nah. Definitely though, yeah. I want to do game jams. I want to get into game jams, and I want to do game jams with other people. You know what I also just realized? See, love the shape of the hat. Yeah, I do too. I definitely think swirl helped. A little cute swirl to add a little bit more mystique. What I realized is we didn't add a gleam to our gold. For example, in our cloak, we can do a little bit lighter. Now, do I want to do warm? Probably the whole thing you want to do usually cool, but I quite like warm. But I can do some of these and add them like that, and kind of, nah, I need it to be a different color, I think. Probably will need to do, ooh, no, it's lighting, so it does get warm. Warm color, it's just finding out which warm color. As I want a bit of a sheen to this gold. Bit of a switch, probably something like that. Have that. But I don't think it makes it shiny enough. Probably needs to be more... Probably needs to be brighter. Even brighter. Oh, but now it's not yellowy. Probably... that's tricky. I want a bit of a old feel of a sheen to the cloak. The question is, how sheen? And I don't know how sheen. This is the first time I'm doing better clothing. I've done clothing before, but I've never sat down to think about the clothing. They want the lining to feel shiny. That's the whole idea with this sheen part. But when you're back here, it's like, I'm not seeing shiny. I'm not seeing shiny at all. Oops. Probably maybe if I do it a little bit like, oops. Don't de-dress. Maybe here a little bit and one more brighter, probably. Step back a little bit. I think probably this color works for our sheen. So then we can kind of have a bit of a lighting for our colors. 1, 2. I don't know if it helps. I think the color's off. I definitely think it's not the right color. But once we find the right color, it should help with the shiny feel, I think. Let's see. Maybe do light, warm. I don't see a difference in the slightest. Nope. Bright and warm. And make sure the continuous thing's on. Let's zoom out a little bit from here, as this is probably the size you'll see it at. And let's see. Maybe a little less shiny, bright. It's all about playing with those colors. So here, then we make it a little bit more orange. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm feeling the sheen part of it, so to speak. Might have to play with it a little bit more and... that kind of works a little bit more. Maybe we move it more to gold. But make it a little less noticeable. For example, it's this color instead. Oops, wrong thing. Something like that. Maybe a little less bright. Maybe like that. I think that works. Add a little bit of sheen and sparkle to the robe. I think that's probably the right color. It does look more shiny, yeah, that was the hope, but I'm worried it didn't come off like that. When it's far away, it kind of helps, but when you're closer, not really. That's good. I'm glad it is looking shiny. We can add a little bit more shiny bits, just to add a little bit more regalness to the whole feel of it. And do one of these, maybe 2, 1. Add a little bit of you guys, and like that. I think that's a little bit more sheen. And we can go ahead and hide the other ones and go back to here, which is our hats. And yeah, I definitely think curly hat wins. What an adorable little hat. 90 some students decide, yeah, I want to wear the hat, and some say, nah, I don't want that hat. And we can go ahead and add a little bit more sheen. And adds a little bit of the hope of shininess. And let me get some water. Okay, so we have about 1 hour left. The now goal is to... We're drawing here. Hats. I guess we can do... Yeah, what's this front hat? Hats might be an additional feature, but I do like the hat feel because then whenever you're ready, you would just add some maybe curly locks for the hair, and then that goes on the bottom. Now you have a feel of a character with some additional features. You might add other things. The curly hat has more hair factor. I see. Oh, that's great. That's awful, but it's great. Oh man. Yeah. Maybe hat is the way to go, because then you either do that or you do this, and yeah, it depends. Some might wear a hat, some might not, but yeah, maybe hats is a good idea. I'm kind of being persuaded for the hat idea. Let's go ahead and delete this and delete layer. Okay. Now for our hats, let's go ahead and, yeah, do the other ones as if we are gonna do it, it'll be easier if it is already here written in stone. Let's go ahead and I can get an idea of the hat from here. This will be the back of the hat, so it'll probably be like here. I mean, we could probably do something, get away with it a little bit. Have that hat swoop from down here since you can't see it. And have that curl then come here as if you're from the back, they're turned, and it'll be flipped to this side, won't it? Kind of flipped that away. Oh, that pun was awful. It's great though. We can add the outline, and we can make it symmetrical a little bit. So let me grab my symmetrical line and finish off with that. And then we can have that run around. Probably do one of these moves, because we also need to have that gold trimmed. And then from that gold trim, it seems to be I add another layer, so another line, and then from there it'll be the climb to the top. Maybe or so like this to help a little bit. See, the climb happens from all the way to about here. This is where the climb ends. We can probably move that in a little bit more. Had some of you guys, and this is also a band. We can go ahead and take that banding, and that banding comes about here. We can add that one. And then we can add that swirl again, making sure to keep it in line. Let me add some guidelines. That'll help a little bit. We can lower the opacity and grab you and line you up so I can see what's going on. And let me actually line it all the way back here. That's a little bit more handy. And since this is the side, this is about the side, this is about where it goes up at, and this is about the back. Yep, there we go. So this doesn't look like it's coming from the back. You might add maybe, oops, let me make sure Pixel Perfect is off. Okay, it is. Slide it back over. You might do one of these, depending on who's wearing the hat. It might have probably that, and then darkness for the bottom of the hat. Okay, go ahead and finish up for this guy. Let's see. And that darkness adds that bottom layer. I guess it needs to get moved up one here. So this is the, yep, back of the hat. And then this kind of goes, I do like the sort of whoosh up effect that it has going on here, and that's not going on here. Let's see if we can make it go on. Go ahead and drag that over. And go ahead and modify a little bit. I'm thinking we make this probably a little bit longer so we can add that whooshy feel to it. Probably needs to be a little bit more like that. And then this will probably have to come... Nope, that seems fine. Maybe... no, seems good enough. And now as far as that band is concerned, this will come from the side. So we can just copy this guy. And was it Control H? Ah, look at that. We'll move you down and just need to go down one. There. Now the hat's coming in from this side. And yeah, that's all we have to do. Just do that. That's a good idea. We just copy this front part of the hat, paste it, Control H, slide it a little bit away to make sure it is the right swoosh. And then we just modify it a smidge. So this guy comes up through 2, right? And then it's just flat. And this guy needs to be a little bit more round. So we can go ahead and add that here to make it a little bit more round. But I'm not kind of feeling that roundness when I'm looking at it from here. So what we probably need to do is modify it a smidge. Probably bring that up and then bring this down and up. Like this will probably make it feel a little bit more round. Yeah. My concern is about this part kind of here. I could probably make it a little bit darker. Like here. And then this area is all dark. The back part of the hat. These are probably the side portions, right? Where it's getting shaded. This is also probably dark, and that's also probably dark as well on the hat. The rest of this is lit up. We don't need any of that. I think that's good. Probably all of this gets shaded in. This is then all of you guys. As I'm kind of feeling the light's probably coming from the top left. But then the light's coming from the top left here, it's kind of the same. Let's kind of go ahead and do that. And then we can go ahead and add some sheen to it. That would be, start off first. Oops. Glad I checked. Make sure that continuous is turned off. And now we can add a little bit of the sheen. How long have I been doing pixel art? Probably since last year. Since I've really gotten into pixel art. Last year. I've been at this for about a year. I recently saddled back into doing pixel art. And it's been fun. I only started shaving for a month. But before that, I've been on a pixel art goal for a year. I've done pixel art on and off before that, but I haven't actually studied pixel art until now, recently. Probably this can come down maybe one more. I'm thinking like here to make it rounder. Oops. Keeps deleting itself. And I think that's good. My only issue is probably how thick this guy is. So probably one of these moves. That kind of looks soft, doesn't it? Oops. Every time I middle click with my mouse button, it for some reason deletes everything. Doing it do be a lot of fun. I love making it. Yep. I'm glad you do, and I definitely agree. It's been fun because I don't have to worry about it as much as regular art when I do typical. So it's been fun to stress less about it, as I for certain don't believe I could have done something like this for normal, typical art. Definitely feels a lot easier to get my ideas across when I'm doing it this way. And that's very nice, as that was one of my things, was I was doing art and I was focusing and studying art, but it never came out the way I wanted it to. But then I did pixel art and oh wow, it's working. I'm able to get an idea. And that's been fun. Probably something like this instead for our hat, and then we need a sideways look. Well, this is this part of the hat, probably like that. And then the art was finally arting. Yup, the art was finally arting. Maybe we want to just have the pearl on the back, or what do you think? Because it's at one side and it's like, yeah, probably what we want to do is, I would just like to copy and paste, but if it's tilting to one side, then it's gonna be, what is it, this side? Yeah, it would be this side where the pearl was happening at. It does come with its own challenges. Yep, it does. It feels easier, but it definitely does come with its own challenges. There's some challenges, but I feel like I've been able to get past them a lot easier than, or a lot quicker than typical. It's definitely trying to figure out what part of the art, like I don't think this part of it works the way I want it to. I can probably round it off less maybe. Try to do it that way. And something doesn't feel right on this bottom layer. Feels a little better. Kind of looks a little funny now, but feels a little better. And this part of the hat, oh boy. So we need to that, we need our trim. And we need to go ahead and start off with the side. And it ends there. We could probably do something like that. And have it again swoop down. Oops. Just like this, I think. To show off the side. It kind of comes out a little bit, so probably more like this. And then this is our, oops, one down, I guess. Like here. And then that's our sheen part. Like here. And then we have the dark area. Also the dark area. And then the actual magical hat part. And it goes front, backwards, and then has that side. And go ahead and outline it and probably also make a facing other side. And do all of that. And then I'm thinking probably that swirl's gonna come like here, that, and erase all of you guys and fill you in. You kind of see what I mean? It's kind of come in a, well, it's gotta go up first because that's the tip of the hat. Gotta go up here, and then we can kind of tweak it a little bit. We can go up to maybe, so it can go up and back. Maybe a little bit more back. Oops. I don't know what I just did to my Aseprite, but this is not good. Hold on. Open recent. Character template. Ah, we're back. I don't know what button I pressed. But we're all good. And it's saved. I didn't roll back, thankfully. Okay. Where were we? Maybe something like this. And erase you. You're really not going to see the swirl from the side? Yep. Which is a little unfortunate, but that is more than fine. Just need to at least show that it does exist. Probably... It does look a little silly, doesn't it? Maybe... cut down a little bit. And... we can just do... this, and then... this. Here. To show off the... It does swirl. Kinda, sorta. Aseprite's auto-saving function is a lifesaver. Yup. I do agree. 100%. Lifesaver saved you countless hours. That is always really nice. And I'm realizing the swirl comes down there. Has to do that. Yep. From countless times of doing programming, I definitely also tend to just save randomly because of my fingers. It's constantly auto-saving in case my code happens to break. Oh boy. Probably move this up one. Move this a little bit more. It's a matter of, does it look nice? Not too sure. Probably something like that, maybe. Maybe this can come in a little bit. Maybe it can come down twice. And maybe have that point. That swirl looks so funny. But I think maybe this is good. Kind of going up twice with that up 2, down 2. And it definitely feels a little bit off, but overall, I think, yeah. I think that's good. And then, oh, we need that golden trim part, don't we? Forgot about that. We need that golden part. Something like that. It probably only goes up like this, and then probably like that. Your PC used to have the crashing problem where it just stopped working in random intervals, and then you had not saved for hours, you could easily continue. Yeah, I'm so glad. It's the worst when it just... all that progress lost. Truly. I'm so glad it didn't completely die on you. Still semi-died, but not too bad. Let's see. Like that. And then... I don't want to bring that down, maybe 1, 2... kind of like that, maybe. Maybe bring this out more. Like that. And then... like that, I think. Kind of tricky, for sure, because it's not our swirl part anymore. Can still kind of work. Maybe... like that. Rebuilt PC came with an out-of-date BIOS, so you had to update yourself. Oof. I only know very few things when it comes to PC. So I'm glad you were able to figure out how to update it and everything. Oh boy. Probably that. Yeah. I know a few things, not much. I really should know more though. My computer currently freezes from time to time. I definitely should learn what I need to upgrade. Control H? No. Shift. Oops. Shift H. Ah, that's a little funny. Let's just grab our character and flip them. Shift H. Move you over here. Oops. Forgot to copy. Then shift you. And then grab that hat. And Shift H. Oops. Copy. Oops. Paste. Shift H. Freezes and does not unfreeze. Nope. Just sometimes freezes. It is the weirdest thing. It's not because I'm streaming either. I'll just do my regular stuff on my computer and all of a sudden it just freezes. For seemingly no reason. I don't know. I really don't know what's the issue. It freezes only when I'm in Godot. Sometimes when I'm in Aseprite, but everything else works seemingly fine. For the most part. Well, this is regular. That is not the flop part. Probably can move it this way a little bit. Like that. And that is our right facing. Just because it's a little different. I want to lower it a little bit, but I feel like because of the way we have the height, we want to feel like it's still the same height. And we can go ahead and grab our previous cloak, which is our cloak next. Copy this guy. Paste, Shift H, and move you back up. There. We have the front, back, left, right. Perfect. Let me get some water. Okay. So now we need a way to tell when they're sitting. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I am liking it a lot. We can go ahead and get rid of our lines. And we can... Oops. That's fine. Keep that one as a memorial of what it once was. And what's this layer? Spread, apart, separate. There. And we can go ahead and light that up a little bit, and I'm definitely liking it. Especially because we can also add some shading with the face and everything. Make it feel a little bit more feel. Let's see. Some of these. And that just adds a feel with that. Some underneath. Some of these. And some of you guys. Yep, giving it depth. So when you take off the cloak, you have the whole body. So we'll be able to add clothing underneath or other things. Okay. I'm liking this, and I'm glad this is going well. Now what we need is a wait, or not a wait, a sit, right? A sit and a raise hand one. Then we should be able to go. Well, should be able to go. Should be good to go. We need a wait and a sit. Now, sitting's a little tricky, I do know that. If we go back to, let me see, this is clothes mix, this is our hat, this is our other cloaks we did, and this is body. These are the other bases. Let me go ahead and grab all of you guys just so I can group you together. And we'll do new group, and we'll just say, final. And then hide you. Makes it a little bit easier to see. In these other games, these are definitely different. Here you can kind of see the top of the shoulder for our Stardew Valley. Some of these are facing forward. The seats are at a top-down look, so we have to be conscious of that. That is what's going to be a little bit tricky to describe. I kind of do like how they have the arm all the way back. Ours isn't like that, but you definitely could tweak it to be like that, but we need to make a sit-down position. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Alright, with that said, let's go ahead back up here. Oops. If I can figure out where up here is. And we can go ahead and take from the starting point at least, with this standing. And where are we at? Separated, spread apart. Copy you and paste you down here. Get rid of that shading. And now we can figure out a sit. And we'll probably need to figure out a sit with the seat. We need a seat. And since it's top down, it's like this is the top, this is the side. They're so cute now, I agree. I really like them. I think they're adorable. And then we'll just be able to add some few changes and then bam, now we have all different sorts of characters. I'm liking how it's coming along. It just depends now on if we can make a proper seat. Now I've done furniture before, but it's always changing. The idea with it being in the basement or some other space is that when you start out in the game, you'll probably have just crates as your seats, your stools, and then as you progress, you kind of get better equipment and everything. So for now, you're using crates for your seats, but maybe the more you get paid or the more students come, they start donating things to your cause. Oops. I have this idea that maybe other cliques, other classes of students are allowed to use other types of magic. So maybe that's why she has a basement operation, because she's not allowed to do it publicly. Maybe they support it. Maybe this is a place where all types of wizards can come together and work on their magic. I'm trying to figure out a seat right now. That's what this is supposed to be. Maybe like a crate for now. A crate you can sit down at, but I just want to make a proper seat, I think, and then we can do other types later. So this might be like a temporary seat. We can kind of tweak the seat a little bit more once we get a little bit more in depth with actual furniture and everything. But for now, maybe this is the seat. Maybe it comes up a little bit more. Definitely depends on the angle you want to go for, and I think we do want to be top down, but not too top down-ish. Maybe we do a stool to start out instead. Maybe the stool is not too long. This is a standing person, and we need a sitting person. Let's see. This needs to be a different layer to start off. Let's do N and just do seat. Sitter. Seat. And let's just make the seat. Oh, we already have some blue. Maybe we can make it a greenish color with some wooden stalks. For now, just temporary seating. Maybe we can round it out a little bit. Let's see. Well, it's a temporary seat. It can be a cool looking seat. If it's top down especially, it's a thing of, okay, how do we make it look top down? And I'm not too sure. I'm still learning how to do all of that stuff. Like, that's really top down, you can definitely tell. And then this would be more so, you can kind of see the seat and the stool. you probably see maybe the other stool, right? In the distance. Probably something like that. You wouldn't see the bottom of it. Probably see like that. Maybe. And I want to make it a little bit taller. Let's do that. Go ahead and copy these and oops. Copy these and extend them a little bit. Grab you guy and like that. I think maybe for a seat. We could probably also get rid of that to add a little bit more depth. And then just a little bit more detail. Won't need it, but I like the little bit more detail. Some buttons maybe. Or some correct pinpoints on it. And there we go. Probably needs to be moved in one a little bit, but for now, I think that's a good seat. Just this. This is the seat. But as you can tell, it's kind of a little bit too crouched. Let's raise it up even more. Let me go ahead and stop that. So their body sits about that, so probably that's a good height maybe? And let's go ahead and send that up a little bit. Okay. I think that's a little bit of a better seat. And let's go ahead and do a simple table as well. Just to have one. And just see what they'll look like. Probably... We can even just do this as a table for now. A really long stool. It's a small table. And we could do some sort of... I don't even know. Whole thing for the temporary feel of the game. And so I'm thinking maybe we do a crate. Just as a feel, but already 5:21, so I don't want to go too off the edge. I'm hoping we can get all of these done. That way we can kind of work on the character aspect. So we'll see. For now, this will just be the table, and this is the seat. And then let's do this. It looks like a log stop, doesn't it? That's interesting. A little bit darker, a little bit redder, and add some lines. A little log stump. And you. There we go. Okay. Oh, it is a little funny. Little stumps. Okay. Let's go ahead and add them seated. That might be the table. Well, if that's the table and they're seated, we'll see how far that goes. Let's go ahead and do you. And we'll go ahead and copy you because most of everything should be the same. If we're sitting here, sitting down, but then the legs. The legs is the problem we're gonna run into, aren't we? So how can we make them look seated? Probably step one is, for now, we'll get rid of the hands. We have just the legs to work with. Let's go ahead and add... Oh no, we'll need some of the body, right? The arms will probably come up to like here. Then we'll probably need the actual seating part, so it'll probably look a little something like this. And then we have the actual body portion. Let me go ahead and grab the front view as well, just so we can see. It looks so funny with all the shading. Makes the legs too long when you draw characters sitting. Yeah. I haven't done a sitting pose in a second. I'm not too sure how it's gonna look, but yeah, I can understand. Sometimes I draw the legs too long, sometimes I draw everything too long. So the torso ends about here. This might be the ending. And then, let's see if I not make them too long. Probably here, right? The thing is, this is more sideways, especially when it's on here. Right, when I move this guy over to seat, it's like, oops, he goes below. I move them over to the seat. Oh, I keep choosing the wrong thing. Kinda doesn't fit, does it? Not really. Kind of not, just because of perspective. We have to see the top of their stuff. I think that's our issue here. We have to see the top of their clothes, the top of their body, the top of things. For example, we might need to see the top of their legs a little bit, maybe like this. And this can come in. This is the knees. And this is the legs. Probably something like that. And then it's the top part of it. This might be the side part of the body. It does look a little funny, doesn't it? Probably we can... You gotta remember as well, the good news is that some of it will be hidden by the cloak. Which will be nice. And then... legs. Probably like that. And we can probably move the legs up a little bit. And we'll probably need to see some of the top as well of the foot when we do it. And since they won't be on the ground, it'll be a little bit tricky. For now, this is what we can do. As this will be the top. The leg will probably maybe need to be a little wider to account for seeing the top of the legs. Maybe something like that. Probably gonna have to be... Well, it doesn't need to be too wide, right? So we can move this back a little bit. We'll say, for first trying to do the... Oh, this is hard. This is really tricky. But it's fun. I'm having fun with this difficulty. Probably have to do maybe like that. And then that's the top. Maybe something like that. And then we have... It would be more so like this. And then this would be the top of the foot. Probably has to come in one. And then this is the bottom. More so this is the top, and then this is the bottom. Something like that. Like that. In a way. As this is now a little different. And then let's slide them. Ooh, that's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. Have them sitting like this and modify it a little bit more. The table might be a little bit too big though. If this is them sitting down. Let's see if we can... Not like that for the knee. But then if we have... You have to know, go now, good luck with your wizard game. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming. This has definitely been interesting. Their arms are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is... We want them... Well, we definitely want them with their arms on the table, right? And if we have this as the seat, we've got to move this guy down. Also probably make this wider as well. To account for it being a table. Maybe one more wide. Like that. And... modify it just a little bit. Glad I didn't do too much detail. And maybe just this. Maybe it comes down here and then it is a little log. Let me move this to the center. Grab all this guy. Make him a little bit smaller. All of that can go away. Make a little bit of a better table. And I quite like it. I think it works. And then... oh, the wave. The wave and the move, yeah. Their hands right now are 3x3, so maybe... Oops. This is them waiting. And that would be this hand here, right? It's a little tricky. It's just like, how do we attach that to this? And that is a good question that I don't have the answer to. We're probably gonna have to move the seat and everything. Oops. I did. Oops. So we're gonna have to make the table come up more and in more to connect everything. For example, it's probably gonna have to be this up a little bit more. We don't want it to be too up. Probably like that. You can make the torso. Ah, that's a smart idea. Thank you. And that is a great idea. That will definitely help if I can select the torso. Because yeah, when people lean, they kind of lean forward, don't they? Let's go ahead and raise this a little bit. You can definitely cut this down a little bit to have the body lean forward. We can swap this out for the white, have the torso lean forward. We also make that in there, and this is leaning forward. Yep, that's a great idea. Oops. If it will let me select just that. Okay. Because we need the hand to come about here. Hand's 3 big, so it'd be about this big. With 1 here. When people lean, yep. If they lean backward, they tend to fall. Unless you're one of the cool kids. In that case, you do not fall. We gotta keep that in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably like this. The coolness makes you level, you know. Maybe the win people, the win students should be the cool kids. They get the power of levitation on their side. Lets them do a lot of cool stuff. But we have to select this and move it forward. Also, the head's probably gonna have to move forward as well. And then that head can kind of go there. And then this body can kind of go here. Maybe the other hand can go in the back. And where did that cool color go? Here. And then we have the other hand. And the outline. They're thick outlines right now, but we could always change them. Just trying to figure out how I wanna do it for now. Probably like that. We can go back down here and not too bad. Probably make you move forward a little bit. Probably also extend the torso down 1. Like that, I think, would help. And then probably get rid of... No, I do think that's good. But that, I think that works. Kind of like a sitting at a table. And then that stool is gonna have to get moved for sure, I think. I would like to add cool little things like different walks for different characters. That sounds like fun. Little things like that to add a little difference depending on the character that comes in. But that's more so after stuff I'd have to think about, as right now is getting the base part of the game and then upgrading from there. Gotta figure out this part first, and then we can have fun with the game itself. Probably... how can we do that part? Maybe we can have the arm come down them? So like here. Which means we can have the hand come here. And this can come down more. Maybe it's more so like that. And that can also be down a little bit more. And in that case, let's go ahead and make the seat a little less visible so I can see what I'm doing. Probably bring this elbow down 1 more. Kind of looks like a high table, doesn't it? Do you think it's too high? I think this is good though, now that I'm looking at it a little bit differently. They kind of look maybe like they're hovering a little too much. Maybe we can try seeing how it would look with different height, but overall, yeah, hurling over that body definitely helped. We can see maybe if adding some of that, maybe another one. That can kind of, that did help, not can, it did. Some of you. Don't want to add too much black to it. Definitely think this is fine. Probably something like that, where you can see it and it's that body part. Just making that black is my thing, and it's a thing of a... When it's like this, it really doesn't matter that it's dark, but it matters a little bit to me. I think that's fine though. And then I think we're good. And now what we can do is see about making it a little bit different. I would like some different sitting styles, like a little billboard, some of those. Maybe this is first seated, but I'm thinking the seat can be a little bit lower. That way they can lean a little bit more. Let's go ahead and make the seat more visible. And add you. And I think that's good to go. So we'll go ahead and copy this and move you down. So this was our first seated attempt. Just want to make sure I do it in the right column. Yeah, pose feels natural. I agree. Thank you for that suggestion, Ez. That definitely helped. I want to see about making the seat maybe shorter. Think how that feels? Maybe something more like this. And then, oops. You can go back up here. Erase all of you guys. As depending on the student, I want them to react a little bit differently. That seat needs to be modified, it seems like. Nope, it's this. The outlines. I definitely won't have heavy outlines in the final. They'll be different, but I want it black just to show outlines. Maybe, oops. E for down. Maybe when the customer gets impatient, start slamming depending on the character. Maybe if they're a fire wizard, maybe some fire starts flickering, something like that. Let me grab what we had here and copy and pasting. Yeah. Depending on their personality, if they get bored, maybe different things start happening. Put that back down there. Something like this. It's a little bit lower. I wanted to see what difference did that make. Well, this is the neck feel. This would be the shoulder. Maybe this would be the torso of the neck. Like that, and then probably, oops, more like this. Like that. Probably like that. Extend it all the way down. And maybe like that. Probably something to this extent where it's the body and it's on the table. Oops. We have this high table feel, this low table feel. I only feel like this is more like a high seat. It's a little more comfy. Definitely think having those helped. And maybe we can do some separation on the hands a bit. No, definitely feel it has to be like that, but maybe this can come up now that we have more space for it to come up. Not what I just did. That's exactly what I did before. Oh boy. Like that, maybe. I don't think it needs to be too much. I think this is fine. Something like that. It kind of shows the shoulder off. Maybe we have a high table, low table, because I think it'd be fun to have some characters who kick their feet when they're sitting at the table. And things like that. Maybe they sit back, tap their feet or something, but they can't really tap their feet in this, can they? Not really. We can see about upgrading that knee, but I think this is fine. And now we have the difficulty of robe. Now that we have this, we can go ahead and erase this. And this is our seated position. I'll go ahead and do seated. Paste them back. This is our four side. All right. Oh, we also need a raise hand or something, I think. Let's go ahead and copy these. And oops. Seated. Go ahead and copy, as I said, right? Yeah, okay, good. We're copying now. And make sure it's the right location. And we need the seat. And we'll go ahead and copy that. And paste you right here, where you belong. Now we just need a way to have their arms raised up to show that, hey, I have an order. Or something to that extent, I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and have this little guy. And how can we do it? With their head kind of turned towards the camera, maybe. Say, hey, I have an order. Oops, wrong thing. This would be seated. And this four sides, what's this? Is that my base? Ah, that is my base. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we need a way to do that part of the thing. I'm thinking maybe we can have this kind of moving. The body kind of swerve up and we have the hands. And I come up here. And in that case, maybe some of the face can kind of move down. It's slid maybe to here. And we can kind of add back that other eye. We have two spaces in the middle, I think, right? Yeah, two spaces in the middle. And kind of do one of these moves. And then have the rest of the face, maybe this. Would kind of show a face turning. Maybe we can do one more to help with the eye, or nah, I think this was fine. Because if we want to do an angry face, we can still do blank face, and then shocked face expressions, and it kind of adds a little bit of a chibi feel, I think. As far as that arm goes, though, we'll need to twist the body up and make sure it's only 8 pixels. Let's see, 1, 2, it'd probably be diagonal and up. So probably something like that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just about 8. And the arm would kind of come out. And we would do this. Probably something like this. Maybe we would skip 2 to show off that it's a to the side. The face would probably be moved a little bit. Nah. We go back here. Say, hey, I have an order, and come take the order. And then we have that hand that's like, was it 3x3 or how did we have the hand? The hand was, I moved it. Where are our cloaks? The hand is 3x3. We can go ahead and make it 3x3. And do this, and like this. Maybe even put it off a little bit. Ooh, I like that. Let's go down 1. I like that a lot, and maybe we can extend this a little bit. Maybe more like this. And then have the arm. More so like an elbow. More like that, maybe. Now the arm feels too long, doesn't it? So maybe more like that. I think would work a little bit better. Maybe this can kind of come in a little bit. I like this to kind of show, not all the way. This shows the body kind of leaning in. This kind of shows, hey, I have an order. Come get my order. I think that works. Maybe we can move it up in this sense. Up, 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 up. Like, I don't want it to conflict with the silhouette we have going on. That's why I'm being a little careful here. With our arm. I mean, maybe this kind of arm wraps around then to show they're leaning on it. And I think that works. It shows they're leaning on it, like on the table. And we can kind of do that for this as well. I think possibly just copy and paste this. Let's see. Kinda sorta. We'll see. And all it changes is the lower part. Let's see if we can just yoink that. And clean it up a little bit. This would kind of be the body leaning over. And kind of erase a little bit. Something like that, maybe. This body part might come down a little bit. And that might be it. Well, sort of, hey, I have an order now. Let me order. The top one, the lower one. I think that works. And only 15 minutes, but let me get some water. My throat is very dry. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm all good on water. Okay, and this is great. Maybe we can go back a little bit with the HUD. We want to keep the same shape and size, right? And I'm not too sure which one I like better. I kind of like this one a little bit. It depends, I guess, on the person. This one's more so arm spread wide. This one I feel like is what it would look like if... And here, let me add this to show you, because I'm not sure on what size I want the tables to be. Maybe I want it to be 4 people? I want it to be 3 people, 1 person. It would kind of depend, right? And let me go ahead and do this just so I can show ya. There are seated people here. So copy, paste, Control H, not Control H. Shift, oops. Undo that, then Shift H. Gotcha. Copy, paste, Shift H. Like that. Doesn't that look cool? One more. There we go. But maybe it's a thing of one person looks like this, right? And let me go ahead and make sure it's... Ah, it kind of looks like a taller person, doesn't it? It doesn't look like they would fit, depending on the table size. I think it maybe just might come up to personal preference. But I kind of like, I really like this for the table sizing. This looks pretty cute. Maybe, yeah, so that's the thing as well. This is raised more, which is interesting. This one is less with their body sitting up. Yet it's a taller seat. I don't think I did that right. So hold on, let me copy and paste the seat. And we'll grab this one and paste them. I think that might look better. Yeah, hold on. Let's move it down a little bit. Maybe like that. To have the arm kind of coming down and around. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. Something like... Oh, this is tricky a little. As we want the elbow to kind of be seen. Right? Might be like something like this more so. And then it'll be the arm here. Kind of like that, right? A little better, depending on the character. Maybe their hand can kind of be a little bit more flat. It looks like they're slamming their hand down now. But I kind of like that. I definitely do think the arm's a little too wonky. Let's change that. First, I think we have to make the arm shorter. And let's make it short for all of them. And I don't want to make the arm shorter in this area, as we want them to have a little space to breathe. I think... yeah. I'd like to just move it over one, but we want space between the body and the person. But for now, that's staying, I suppose, unfortunately. This can kind of be shaded underneath. You can kind of flip it over a little bit. To just show what's shading, depending on the body area. And I feel like one of these is more bored than the other, the leaning forward one. Which is interesting. And then you have some of these guys just sitting, waiting. Yeah, it's the subtle change, and I'm not sure which one I like, and I think I'll just try and test it out, because I like, oops, I like this one, but I also like that one. This one feels, I guess, more relaxed maybe. This one feels more arms up when you're sitting down. Let me get some water. For now, I think this is good. Now all we need to do is... we need the robe. And then we'll be good to go. Probably... I think we can get it done in the next 30 minutes. And then we'll be all good to go. Let me get some lemonade as well. Okay. Rope time. I don't think I'm ready. I will go ahead and screenshot what we have now, just so I can... I mean, maybe that's what I can do up here. A little bit. It's just we gotta figure out the shape of the rope first, don't we? And we also have to figure out the trim. The trim kind of comes up to... we can kind of as well take the cloak and see about the elbows. We're gonna have to figure out how to get that trim working. We can go ahead and make our seated less opacity, just a little bit. And then, oops, wrong. Oh no, this is the right one. And this will be new cloaks, but we can just save this to cloaks. Let's go ahead and start with just regular seated. How would the cloak look? Good question. I don't know. I have no idea. But we can try. Probably something like this, right? For the top part. Probably maybe back a little bit, and then we need the gold part. It might look something like this. And might come in one to show off the arms. And then we'll need that black to show off the outline. Something like that, I think, maybe. Probably do that line, but like it like that. And then if we do this, I don't like it as much. Maybe we can do this. And yeah, I think that works. And then we need the rest of the cloak to follow through. And that's gonna be a little tricky, especially because of our outline. But I think this is fine. Probably something like this. And then we need the lining. Probably to go up a little bit in the seat so you can tell it's being done right. And probably that. And then we have that line that kind of shows the robe is being sat on and the fill-in. Maybe like that. We could probably have, because we have the body being flattened, we probably need to add that to the shading, right? Let's go ahead and grab our colors and tweak it a little bit. This will be our shade color. Probably want to go with our really light color. And this will probably be the dark one as well. Over here at least, because these are going over the legs, we have some of this going like that to show off it's being sat on. Here, you kind of show it's the seating. And then this can kind of show it's the still doing its own thing with the layering. This is more so the seating portion of the robe. And this is the dark area. And this is just all light and dark. I think that kind of helps. Possibly. And then we have up here, this is all in light. Maybe we can kind of show that off. I don't want to do pillow shading, so we have to be very careful. Pillow shading is just doing this. And it doesn't really show off direction. And that's what we want to show off, right? Our direction with the body. And I don't think we need to do too much, right? This is the arm and it's kind of hanging over, so maybe that's good. Something like this. And then we need our sheen color. We can go ahead and grab this guy, add him to our entourage, and go ahead and dot. And this is dark, so we don't add the shine. And we don't want to add it to every single second one. We'll do 2 and 1 up there. We can go ahead and add our cool gold, since this is in the shade, to show off a little bit of 3 dimensions, right? And then let me check this and see if we're all good to go. Yep, we're all good to go. Perfect. Okay. And since we already did the side, depending on which way the wizard will sit, we can just grab this hat. Oops. And paste the hat on the head. Oops. Again, so many things going wrong. Hold on. Grab that hat, paste the hat. And we should be good to go. This is, yep, every time. Okay. And that would be what it looks like for this one. Let's go ahead and try to, maybe the lighting might be a little bit different on our seated. Might be a little bit more like this. Hat's getting a little bit more in the way of being hat-like. And then we've got to move these guys down 1. Let's go ahead and move these guys down. Grab them again. Just so the hat doesn't get in the way. And make sure it's in the right area. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. And grab the seats. Move them down as well. Like this? Yeah, I think it was like this, right? There we go. Okay. We're all good to go. Go ahead and try to do that with this hat. And just paste it down here as well. So you have the same head, same hat. It's just the position's a little bit different with our seated. And we can kind of go ahead and do this. And kind of like the rounding of the head. I think it adds a little bit. You can kind of do that here as well. Just a smidge. We could also add some ears or hair, things of that nature to add a little bit more oomph. Okay. Looks a little tricky. Maybe we can just, you know, do a good old yoink. Possibly. We'll see. Oops. I need to grab you and copy you. Paste you, move you down. I mean, it kind of works. This part has to be changed though. Probably to like here. Probably up one. And then you can get some lines on you. You already have lines, I see. In that case, just these that need a little bit of a change. And you can come up. You can all get a little bit darker. I think that's good. I'm not convinced by the seating bit a little bit. Maybe this has to come down. Just to maybe get moved. Ah, that's the knee. That's why it's looking a little off. Because it kind of comes in between the table. Because when you're looking at it from the top down, I mean, I guess that works. We have this guy, and now we can go ahead. Oh, well, thank you, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, Lavender. Now we gotta do this one. That's gonna be a little bit tricky. And we have a few different alterations. I just want to see which one looks better as, at least sitting wise. I kind of like this one. This one's a little bit, I don't know. I'm unsure. But let's see. We're gonna need to make another hat position. Fun and joy. We'll need to do alterations for both left and right. Let's go ahead and, I guess, copy you, and, well, yeah. Well, that'll be 3, won't it? Let's just do a test first before we commit. Let's go ahead and do the seated person. And thinking that's a little bit better for the head. It's always the 1 pixel difference that can change it. Let's go ahead and do that, maybe. As far as the cloak's concerned, let's start on the cloak. That's gonna be the tricky part. So let's see. Cloak. It kind of goes over and under, right? We have this main color of the cloak, and that kind of goes up when it gets raised from the shoulder, probably this area here. It probably has like over top, right? Probably all of this is cloak. I'm thinking maybe. Oops. Oh boy, I'm glad I caught that. Wrong layer. There we go. Okay, as I was saying, the cloak's probably gonna go all part of this line. It's also gonna be winged back here because this is the latter part of it. You find it interesting how YouTube recommended to stream hours after you get a life purchase for a Pixelart program? Oh wow! What program? Life purchase is a commitment. But that's interesting. But I'm glad it did. Welcome to the stream. Probably something like that, I think. YouTube knew what it was doing. And then we have that gold trim all the way around. Like that, maybe. And then we have the dark part, which is just our outline. And our outline comes like that, and then we need our line like that, I'm thinking. Probably something like this to show the arm is getting raised up. Oh, I thought I read it, or didn't read it. Good news is I did. And then we need the back part. So I think we can get away with the bottom of this bit, since it doesn't really change. Let's see if we can just, maybe a little bit of a yoink. Oops. If it'll let me. I don't think it wants to. And at this part, doesn't seem too bad. And Resprite, it was on sale for 50%, and then you were able to get 50% off it again. So free? Was your experience only for Pixel Studios that's on mobile, so it's a change of pace? I see. I think I have Resprite. I either have Resprite or another one. And I don't remember. But it's a nice pick. Let's see. Maybe we can add a little bit of bent part in the body. Which means we're gonna have to change the seated way of looking, which is good. I definitely think the seated looked a little bit off. So maybe... let's see. I'm thinking of changing this part. Looks a little off. Probably gonna have to definitely move some stuff around. I kind of like that, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Maybe erase this part. Well, this part is the, seated portion. The good news is, that means we need to move it. And we can move it with a few tweaks. Is it only, well, you said most of your experience is only from Pixel Studio, that's on mobile. I see. Got ya. Let's see. Maybe we can move this guy in a little bit. It is, when you do it from far away, it kind of looks very thick, doesn't it? Maybe like that. Arms are weird. Go ahead and add our cloak back. And I think I can, nope. Something like, I mean, maybe it has to be like that sort of feel to it. And we have to round this out like that. And round it out again. Put this here. You know, people compare it to Aseprite and such. You'll probably get to work on another program. Since in your high school there's a game development class you haven't. Ooh! I had a, back when I was in high school, I did have a game development class. Those are always so fun. I hope you enjoy it though. Never got to finish it, but it was definitely very fun. Let's see. Probably have that and then the dark part of the cloak in the back. Great. Well, we need the dark color. To show off that it is the dark portion. Like that. I think that helps. Oops. And then we can have that tiny part. It's interesting they have the art aspect of it though. Back when I was doing my game development class, we used what is it called? It starts with an S. It starts with an S. It has a orange cat. Scratch. We did Scratch. And I just did some PNGs with like oranges. I didn't go too in depth, but just oranges. That is all I remember from my Scratch days. Now this is the tension point, and I'm trying to learn more about clothing. It is definitely a weird subject. But it's like, this is the elbow, so it needs to come in like that. You were shocked to hear it was a thing? All the high school you went before, just boring to put it kindly. You also have programming with the same teacher and class. You'll be working on Unity. Well, okay, I didn't work on Unity. That sounds exciting. I know as schools get better, they start adding more stuff. Well, I'm slightly jealous. Scratch wasn't good. But Unity, wow. That's exciting. Even when I went to college for game dev, I didn't even get put in Unity. It was, what was it? It was just Visual Studio. That's it. That's all. And I don't think I'm drawing this arm raised right. So let's see if I have any poses. Unity is interesting. The characters I'm writing for right now, or the game, is... oh, not overrate. Access is denied. Interesting. This game, though, is a refresh of my college final game, and I'm just doing it for Pixelart and with Godot, and I'm seeing if there's a pose where an arm is raised. Not really, not in the way we want it to be raised. This one kind of, right, where you can kind of see those loops. Not loops, but folds. I guess that's what we'll have to do. Teacher had to talk with the IT team at school to get a lot to get Unity to work, but you got signed today. I'm just really glad. That sounds so fun. I'm not a fan of Unity, but Unity is one of the big ones, and the fact you get to, yep, Godot. Godot is the one I'll be using. Since it's, I mean, Unity's free to a certain extent. These clothing lines. But Godot is another game software? Forget the word for it, but you can make games on Godot, Unity. There's some other ones. I don't remember the names. Just trying to see folds. This long, flowy fold. You're working on your tablet with Godot? Ooh. I didn't know Godot was on tablet. That's nice to know. I'll look at this one for reference for this arm. That's a very nice to know. I might have to look at it for my tablet, as that would be fun to edit it on Godot. Let's see. Let me grab it so I can see it on my second thing. Oh, probably also flip it. Oops. Well, if it won't let me flip here, I'll just flip it this way. That way I can see it. Yeah. When I look at it like this as well, it definitely looks like the arm is outstretched, which is not good. But I don't know how to fix that without merging the seated. Oops. For example, doing this. That doesn't look as nice, especially when the hand starts waving. So for now, we'll keep it like that. Maybe we can cut off some of this cloak part to make it a little bit better. We'll see. We need some foldy aspects of it. Probably like that instead then. And then we can go back to all these. And this is the fabric. So how can we do this? So tricky. Maybe we can take that light shading and go at it with the dark colors. The good news is we don't have to do too much detail, as it'll probably be this distance we'll be seeing it from, if not further. It doesn't have to look too good. It just has to be convincing. There's a Godot 3 and 4 that are separate on the App Store. Ah, okay. I'll definitely have to look into that. Thank you for letting me know. I use iOS, but I'm hoping it's on there. That'd be cool. It'll give me more chances to work on my games. Let's see. Like that, I think maybe, and have this be like that. I don't know. I'm not good at cloaks. And that is okay, that's what I'm doing here for, but man, is this tricky. Usually it's like... Nope. Okay. Maybe... No, that won't work. Tricky. Maybe... Going back over here to the references we had. Let's see. And the arm is bent up. All of the folds. The issue is that this is... I would think it'd be more downwards. Something like that, but it's a... Wait. Let's see. How long have you been drawing Pixelart before though, Lavender? I'm curious. Let's see. Maybe have some deep colors and some more deep colors here. Show off the... I mean, this kind of makes it look like there's light here. So if there's light coming from up here, then there's probably going to be a deep curve like here. Probably even just something like that. Maybe the other way. Have your hand being raised. Maybe we can bring the gold up more. Gives this a little bit more time to shine. Like that. And then this can go up. And... okay. For now, I think... Oops. Do something and stick with it. Depends. And maybe have one of you do that. Yeah, that does not look right, does it? Well, this is coming down. Maybe it's the size? That did help a little bit. Maybe that was it, the size, like that, and then we need... It's dragging here, and it's dragging from, like, here, right? So maybe we need some folds here and here. Yeah, I think that's a little better. With some maybe deeper folds following here. Nah. I think this is fine. Possibly add some here and here. No, I think the light folds helps. Just a smidge. You can probably add a little bit of variation, but I think that works. Now the hat. Oh boy. Let's see, you've only drew small things in Pixelart Studio, just more like doodles. Recently, Pixel Studio, you started a base design for a playable character, and redoing it on Aseprite, which is a mushroom fella. Ooh, that sounds like fun. This is what I'm doing is actually the base design for my playable character and characters. That's very interesting to hear. Let's grab that. And we're probably gonna have to serve a little bit. Mushroom fella though, oh, that sounds adorable. Let's grab... Let me grab you and move you a bit. We have the side figure. We'll probably have to grab that cloak again and hope it fits just about for these other guys. Kinda sorta. Certain parts of the body don't fit, but that's fine. You can whoosh them and make them fit. You're experiencing somewhat with traditional and digital art character-wise. You're planning on learning objects and backgrounds more over time. You'll be able to translate your knowledge. Ah, that's a good idea. And that's a great plan. That's what I've been doing. Just learning different topics so I can mesh them in together and make them work. We have to move this guy up a little bit. Like that. And probably bring you down. I don't think I need to move you too badly. Oh, also this isn't supposed to be black. It's supposed to be like that color. Now who gave them black? You're not black. You're not black. Okay, well, never mind then. I guess you're free for now. I'm thinking maybe we can have you. Yeah. You've got to kind of be moved a little bit. Like that. Moved even more. We've got to go back this way. And I mean, sometimes the cloaks can kind of either, when they're getting seated, or go like that, depending on the person. Probably go back a little bit more. Like that. The mushroom, at least the default one, will be able to pass a rock whenever crouching, since you want it to have the ability to hide. Oh, that'll be cute! A little mushroom that can just hide behind rocks. That'll be interesting. Oops, cloak. Did I do the wrong cloak set? No, no, this is right. That's that seated. This is that seated. Sounds interesting though. Let's see. Will it be like a hide and seek game? A search and destroy type of feel? Let's see. I think that's good for now. And then we just need that hat. Oh boy. Okay. So apparently the hat should be facing the other way. This is the wrong facing hat. Which is fine. We'll just copy these cloaks and swap them out. Oops. Take that hat off and give you the proper hat, which is this one. And paste and swap in there. Should be this hat. That looks better. This is when you go around. Yeah. This is this side. This is when you face right? Oh no, that doesn't feel right. This is on the right side. When you swap it, it's on the right side. When you go... hats are wrong. Oh no. This hat needs to become other hat. These have to be swapped. Oh boy. Good news is it's easy to catch. And just swap you. For you. I can't remember, is it? Ah, okay. You go there and you go there. It'll be roguelike? Ooh, roguelikes are hard. I will warn you of that, if this is your starting out. Maybe the abilities to attack as well, like for example, poison and manipulating plants. Ah, makes sense for the mushroom. Definitely see that. Will it be your first game? It's tricky, but making games is what you're passionate about. If you do a game you're not passionate about, it doesn't come out as well. This needs to be a new hat, I think. Oh boy, I'm not ready to add to our entourage of hats. I mean, it doesn't need to be too different, does it? Not really. I can kind of just... Oh boy. This has got to be tweaked a bit. More like a project you do after you do a few small things. Ah, got ya. That's good to hear. I'm thinking maybe we can take this top portion, or maybe we'll just have to start all over with the hats. I was not prepared. And change the cloak. Small layers. You have lots of ideas and such since you want it to be a game development elementary. Me it's probably, I don't even know. But yeah, lots and lots. My worry is just that doing too much at once, but I'm sure you got this. A lot of slowly building ideas, yeah. I can see it. Go ahead and add hats a little bit. And then this will be the final part, right? This kind of comes up and down. And then this is the back area. Let me go up here to our previous hat so I can see what we're working with. This is kind of gotta go... It's gotta get its own outline, right? So probably this will be the outline. And then that can be the seated floor opacity so I can see what I'm working with. This will be the gold trim part of the hat. Oops, a little too big. We need the gold part back. And then just the lining of the rim. You'll be sorting things, those ideas out, what works and what could work as something else instead of like a book of, or animation thing. You're just everywhere in the arts. You hop around a lot with it due to, yeah, I get that. My thoughts do not exist. I have to keep notes and lists everywhere, but I completely understand. Good to have a plan though. That's step one. Maybe some of this can be the back part of it. You have to remember as well, it's like, for this head at least, the hand's gonna be waving around. So actually, let's do it like the hand's not there. Hello, hello! Welcome, Arya? Hope I said it right. Welcome to the stream. This is the final portion of the student. Just making it so that when they say they have an order, working on the hat at the moment. Let's see. This will probably be the good top part, and then the hat is to the other side. It'll probably need to be this color, right? Yep. And then have the hat kind of come in there and down a little bit. You forgot this account has your real name. Has your real name on it. Dox yourself. Oh. Well, I mean, if it helps, my memory's very bad. Super bad. So, I mean, I heard nothing. I heard nothing. I saw nothing. Here we go. Reshape that. Let's see. We have a hat. You've done before on YouTube, yeah. Oh boy. Let's see. Yep. Our little secret. That is the perfect name for saying that. Oh, that's wonderful. Welcome, by the way. Welcome. This hat, it will give me problems for years to come, I am sure. The good news is that I will not be working on this game for that long. Hopefully. 3 months and then I'm out of here. It'll be nice and done. Just gotta get the basics down. Probably even like that, right? And then... Tricky. This will probably be the back of that hat, and then... What is the game I'm working on? I'm working on a cafe sim, a restaurant sim, magic game. It has typing, so it's a rhythm typing game, and you manage a restaurant. You attend a school of mages, and you do legal magic down in the basement. And these are the customers, the students that are mages, and your goal is to serve these mages different foods by typing to spellcast. It'll be a cute little Pixelart game with typing, fast typing, hopefully adorable food once we start drawing food. But for now, these will be our customers, so the different mages that come in. And they can be different leagues. You play as a necromancer, but you'll be serving cryomancers, pyromancers, all the different types of mages. That's cool. Why do you say you're only going to be on this for 3 months? I hope that I'll be able to make this game in 3 months. That's the goal. I'm hoping to have it finished in 3 months. Once I can... Well, that's the goal. Some games can take a little bit longer, sometimes 3 years, 5 years, sometimes 1 day. I've seen some games with 1 day. But hopefully for me, my goal is to draw the game, program the game, do all the game stuff within 3 months. That is the goal. Because I don't want to be working on it for too long. But at the same time, if it takes longer than 3 months, it will. But I'm hoping it won't. But working on a horror game right now for our game jam, so you're using your stream to co-work? Ah, that's fun, and I'm glad. What's the theme? Is the theme just horror? As I have heard of those themes before. 1 Day's so wild to be. It is, but it's a thing of, at that point, you've probably already done a lot of games, so you know how to make games. Well, then you can put your tests and your pedal to the metal with making games, but 1 day, yeah. Theme is calm. Ooh, calm before the storm. That sounds like fun. I'm realizing this hat is not turning out to look like a wizard hat. It's not. Welcome to the... Oh, raiding with a party of 2, I see. Welcome, hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you a lot. I am struggling. It looks more like a sailor cap than a wizard cap. Oh boy. Yeah, welcome. That's what I just said, yup! You've been working on this for 5 days right now, and the submission's on Sunday. Ooh. I wish you luck. Sailor cap. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Maybe we can do this and like that. I'm trying to make a wizard's hat. Not looking like a wizard's hat. Not in the slightest. Let's see. Maybe something like this can help. I think that helps. And then... yeah, I'll probably have to work on this hat a little bit more. You have to keep the same size of the hat. That's what I'm trying to keep in mind. By making the bottom curve down? You mean like down here? Or you mean here? Maybe like this? Gonna use this platform instead of YouTube stream, you guys. Yucky. I do agree. That's why I try to have both options. Let's see. The yellow is curved up? Ah. I get what you mean. You mean do this, right? And then have the yellow curve down. Let me go back to these hats. Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Like that? More like... this is tricky. This is the... curves up because this curves up. That was the idea here, but that is not playing out how I want it to. That's the tip. This is kind of the base where it starts to curve up. Let's go and drag you. Oops. It'll let me drag it. Yeah. Oops. Don't want to delete it. This is where it peaks at the head. We'll probably work around that. Maybe that. Maybe that, probably. And then down, down. And that'll probably come down. Having a rim might help. Yeah, that's the... what is it? The gold. That's the gold rim. Or that was the hope that the gold would help with the rim part of the hat. But I do agree. Something's off, and right now, this is not wizard. This is sailor. Oh, that's great. Also, this needs to be colored, and that is not hat. This is this. And that. Okay. We can go ahead and add this to our hat. Oh, that was funny. And do this. Maybe something like that. Probably have to move this up one more. And you go, oops. It'll let me. And this can kind of go in the back a little bit. This can probably go down a little bit. Like that. This will have to go around partially. And then this hat kind of comes... well, this goes in the back, right? So we could probably get away with doing something like this. Then maybe we can expand this side with the overlap. Drag this down a little bit. And we'll bring that... probably drag it down like that then. And... probably like that. And then our gold rim that points up. Here we kind of do maybe one of these moves. Maybe more so like this. And then this is the dark portion because it's... you can't quite see the back of it yet. But there is a back and it's starting to be seen. Probably like that. And then here, a little less seen. And add the dark color. Like that. Possibly like that, where you're slowly turning and flipping and then bam, you get the curl once you have the front. I think that might work. Gonna lurk, have to head out. Thank you for coming. Thank you for rating. It means a lot. Let's see. That. And then we should be good to go. As far as hat's concerned. A little wonky. Let's get the front hat and we could just a little bit more, and then once we get this hat up, we'll be good. So this is the front of the hat. We can make it maybe a little wider on the sides. For example, this can be maybe a little wider. Maybe come up a little bit. One of those. And a little bit more with the width here. And this is fine. And as far as that part's concerned, it's kind of very thin here, right? So maybe we can do thinner. Example here can be a little bit more thin. Maybe maybe like that can help a little bit. And then this part I definitely think helps with the curl kind of being shown, but not quite yet. We're almost there. And yeah, I think that kind of helps. Kind of show that it's about to turn and be fully visible. We could probably bring it out just a little bit more. Erase this and pull it back just a smidge. Like this. And probably go up one. And bring this down a little bit. And have like that, I think. Almost the curl, partially the curl. And this can be moved down a little bit. Oops. Like that. It's gotta be moved up just one. Probably like that. And then we can fill in the blanks. And this can kind of go because it's in the back. And something like this. I think that works. And I think we'll be good. And I am surprised with what we've been able to get done. So let's just quickly go back over everything. Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and make sure the seat is visible. So I'm making a cafe game, and it is a magical cafe game. The customers are students of a magical school. The goal here was to make a template for the students so that when I do make different students, as I'll have different factions of students. So you have your pyros, you have your cryos, ice, probably have your plant mages, and so on. My main character of the game is a necromancer. So this is the sort of school uniform, and then I'll either change the robe color depending on the mage type or the golden trims part for the mage type. And each mage will have different clothing, different hairstyles, things of that nature. This is the template, so I can have a base and then I can just add on fun things. For example, if I wanted the mage to have curly hair, well, now I can do some curly hair without worrying about the actual character changing. That's the goal, to make something as a base. And now that we have the front of the body figured out, back side, we can go ahead and move on to redoing our main character. We have the seated positions. This isn't the final seat, but these are our seats with the hand raising to show, hey, I have an order, and sitting and waiting. We'll need to do some animations, but that comes later. For now, we have the front, side, back all done. And now what we'll do, as I didn't think we could get this done today, you want to see the monster you made for your video game? You can send it in my Discord. Speaking of, hold on, I can quickly link that. If I can find it. Like second as, yep. Gotta link it anyway, and let me see if I can see it. And I don't think so, hold on. March, stream schedule. You stream stuff everywhere. Oh, found it. There you go. The game I'm making, I should have hopefully by Sunday, a prototype of the main mechanic of the game, where you type to the beat. So it's a rhythm typing game that takes place in a cafe. And because you use magic, you spellcast with your magic and typing. And this will be the actual cafe part. And I already have the typing part figured out. So typing's good. Now we just need to make characters, customers. We need to make an area to walk around in and to actually play in and do stuff in. This will be fun. Tomorrow, we'll do the main character in this style, now that we have an idea of how we want the characters to look. My main character, as I said before, is a necromancer. She doesn't want to do necromancy. She wants to be a baker, a cooker. She wants to open up a bakery. And because of this, she will be raising the bread, the unbread, so to speak. And let me see if I can find it. Other games, background. And I've done it on stream previously. Other games, if I can find it. I've done it on stream previously where we made a character from my randomizer. And because we did that, we landed on a necromancer goth girl. And this is the girl here. Her name is Gabriella. We're going to take this sprite that I had previously, Gabriella, and we're going to mesh her into this style. Will be the goal for tomorrow. And that'll be that. We'll be moving her into this character style and figuring out some ideas with that. That'll be today's stream though. And let me go ahead and move us back to, where are we at? Here. So thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And then after that, we'll see where we're at. But we have all of tomorrow and then Sunday. And if we finish the character or if we finish the main character early, we'll probably move on to some maybe animations. That could be fun. And we'll see where we'll go. There we go. Thanks for coming though, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Alrighty, bye-bye. We go ahead and press the right buttons. Ending.